we ready, people? Are we ready? Are we ready? Okay. Good evening. Hello. Nice to see everyone tonight. I would like to call the meeting to order. We do have Ramona Elementary here as our featured school tonight, and we have Calvin to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Yes? Thank you. Please come forward. Very nice. All right. All right, thank you very much. Tonight, we do have a full out here that I will read. The first one in closed session today by motion of Board Member Roger Dunn. Unanimous. Student 3.0. Member Dan Summers, the board approved the expulsion of student number 23.June624, and that was unanimous. And obviously, those are difficult actions to take in closed session, expelling. So, yeah. All right, you can take those. Thank you very much. All right, we are now on item C4, and that is instructions for addressing the governing board, and this is related to the orange speaker slips. Roger.
The Ramona Unified School District welcomes your participation at the district's school board meetings. Your participation assures us of continuing community interest in our schools. To assist you in the ease of speaking and participating in our meetings, the following guidelines are provided. Orange request to be heard cards are available to all audience members who wish to speak on any agenda item and or under the category of item E, public comment. These presentations are limited to 3 minutes per person, or 15 minutes per item. Submit completed orange cards to the board's recording secretary in advance of the item's presentation. Orange request to be heard cards will not be accepted once the agenda item has commenced. Speakers are asked to direct all comments to members of the board. All participants are asked to be respectful of other speakers when they are addressing the board. Public comment is set aside for members of the audience to raise issues that are not specifically on the agenda. These presentations are limited to 3 minutes per person or 15 minutes per item. Public comments may be submitted online at the link listed at the top of the agenda. Please note that electronically submitted comments will be printed and distributed to board members and will not be read aloud during the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roger. So at this time, if there's anyone that would like to speak to the board on an item that's on the agenda, please fill in a card and indicate the agenda item. And if you'd like to talk to us on something that's generally school district business, go ahead and indicate that you are speaking on item E1. Thank you. We are now on item C5, and that's the annual organizational meeting of the governing board, which will not include of office, election of the president and clerk of the board, and establish the date and times and place of our school district year. All right. Each of these separately. Number 2, we don't have anyone taking the oath of office tonight. We're all seated board members. Item 2 is election of the president. So at this time, if anyone would like to make a motion, I would entertain that.
I'd like to nominate Don Perfect for president again.
Thank you, Roger.
I'll second.
Thank you, Dan. All in favor?
Aye.
That carries unanimously. Thank you. The next item is election of the clerk slash vice president of our board. Do we have a motion for that?
I'll make a motion to nominate Darren Drum.
Okay.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. Thank you very much. I appreciate the confidence that you all have in both of us. Thank you. The next item is the most complicated of the list, establishing the dates, times, and place of the regular meetings for 2024. The place is pretty easy, but these dates are always a struggle. How are we doing?
Everybody looks at Roger.
How are we doing, Roger?
Yeah, so, there's gonna be a few dates that'll have to be changed.
Oh, dear. Okay. And did Corina already see those, or Ryan? No?
Yeah, they're kind of in a state of flux for me, so I actually just recently found them out. So,
You good in January?
yeah, so January and February are fine. March, and April is, I will not be able to be there on those dates. So, in March, it would have to be on Monday or Tuesday. I don't have any other time.
March.
Yeah, it's possible. Actually, there's one Thursday I could do it on the 21st. Yeah, that's the only.
So what is, so March 15th is a deadline for approving budget, is that right?
Melissa, in March we have a March 15th deadline. Right?
So it
Yeah.
needs to be before
Yeah.
March 15th, okay.
So, I could do like the 11th or 12th.
Okay. So, do all of you have your calendars, and are you able to adjust that meeting to either March 11th or March 12th? Yes? Okay, is there a preference, for staff about whether it be the Monday or the Tuesday?
Tuesday's probably better than Monday for staff. Gives them Monday to prepare.
Okay, are we good on Tuesday, March 12th? Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, so the 12th?
Okay. All right, and then you said also April?
Yeah, April 11th.
Okay.
So, if we could move it to the 25th, that would work the best for me.
Gosh, Roger.
Nice weekend.
It's not a big deal. It's like,
That puts us only 2 weeks prior to the next meeting.
right.
Is there any other date, maybe a week sooner, that could work for you?
The 15th, that's also tax day.
We don't care about that.
You're not
We'll
done
have our
early?
taxes done. What about the 16th,
I'll be in Houston, Texas.
the 18th?
Houston, Texas, that whole week.
Okay, the 22nd,
I could do that.
Monday the 22nd?
Yep.
Is that LCAP again? And
25th.
I have a scheduling conflict
Yeah,
on
Like
the
to try to
15th.
stay away from
15th
Mondays for
works.
staff?
If we can, but
Yeah.
sometimes we can't. Tuesday the 23rd?
I can do that.
Check your calendars.
Does it work?
I know. All right, so we either switch it to the 23rd or we keep it earlier in the month, just knowing that Roger would not be able to participate in person.
I could do it, on the 2nd of April.
Isn't that spring break? No, Roger. Sorry.
Just letting you know.
Not trying to be funny here, but no.
You were asking me to be flexible and not on Monday.
Yeah, no, not on spring break. Okay, board, so it seems like staff is a little concerned having our board meetings only 2 weeks apart with that big a gap. Roger, are there any other months that are a problem for you?
Hold on. It is, June, as well.
Which
It's
one?
wrong in June. The 13th or the 27th?
Both.
Okay, well,
I
I
could
know
prob-
that the 27th, we really
Yeah.
need to have that meeting.
I can
It's
probably,
required.
on the 13th, I most likely will be able to come. I'll probably be an hour late, but I'll be here.
Okay,
Yeah.
on the 13th? Okay, so we'll keep those then, and hopefully you
Yeah.
can
And
make
the
those.
The 27th, I'm actually gonna be in, Washington DC.
Is he able to call in for that meeting on the 27th
can.
when it's budget
I'll just,
approval?
I'll be able to do it. I'll be there.
Okay. All right, any other dates that are a problem?
That's pretty much it. The other dates I don't know yet, so.
Okay, Dan, do you have any calendar conflicts with what we're talking about?
I'm retired.
So you can do it.
You all didn't hear him bragging about his golf game today, so,
Yeah, they did.
yeah. Maya, do you have any scheduling conflicts?
No.
Okay, not at this time. And Darren, not that you know of at this
No,
time?
I don't have any, but I just, for the sake of conversation, I just wanna, mention that I think we need to remain flexible. We don't know what our schedules look like in November of
Right.
next year. And I'm certainly willing to work with, staff and colleagues here to rearrange dates later if we have to. Today doesn't have to be cast into stone.
So, yeah, I agree with you. I do know that it's required that we
Somewhat.
publish our regular meeting dates, and we can always add a special meeting in, that's not on this list if we need to.
And there are certain meetings where we have flexibility to change with proper noticing.
Right, right. On that April meeting, we didn't quite settle on it, but I think my recommendation is to keep it on the 11th as listed. And hopefully you can participate remotely or something. Staff seems a little anxious about moving it so
Which
late in the
date?
month. Are
Which
you
date?
okay?
On the 11th?
Yeah, the one that's published here, April 11th.
Yeah, I won't be here. I'll be in Utah.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't know yet.
Call in.
I'm not sure yet. I'll have to
Okay.
let you know.
Are we still allowed to do call in? That's still okay?
But it's
Yeah,
not,
Dan.
it is or is not okay to make this a tentative schedule?
No.
Not,
We need to-
not okay.
We need to approve the dates of our regular meetings.
Right.
Now, that can adjust if we get through the year and we need to. So right now, the adjustment that I have is for March 14th, changing it to the 12th. And I think at this time, keeping the 11th as our April meeting, unless you all have a different idea. What do you guys think?
I'm good with that, and hopefully you can call in and.
Yeah,
If not, maybe we can adjust it when we get closer.
yeah. Okay. All right, so I think we have the dates, Karina, was that clear? All right, very good. Anyone like to make a motion? Nobody wants to get behind this?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Maya. All right, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, Roger, thanks very much. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. All right, thank you all for bearing with us while we went through that exercise. We are now on item 6, approval of the agenda. I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll move for approval.
Thank you. Second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We're now on item C7, approval of the consent calendar. Those items are marked with an asterisk in the agenda.
I'll move approval with, but I'd like to abstain from item H3.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Roger. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Very good. We are now on section D, recognitions and presentations. And tonight, item D1 is the showcase of Ramona Elementary School. Mr. Bennett, thank you.
President Perfect. Oh, this is loud.
Good. It's good.
We're gonna hand that back. I got a big voice. Board members, Dr. Lerman, Captain, thank you for giving us this opportunity to celebrate tonight. We have a lot of hard work that's taking place on the Ramona Elementary campus, and it is our intervention program that we've started this year. I have our intervention teacher, Ashley Butler, as well as supportive Ramona Elementary staff. Thank you for coming this evening. And tonight we prepared a little video You'll also see some of our students. They go to our intervention each and every day with Ms. Butler and our paraeducators, as well as a little testimonial at the end from one of our parents that have seen all of the great work in our reading intervention this year. And we look forward to some strong gains academically. So, if you would mind rolling that, please. Our kiddos are a little soft with their voices, so we'll have to listen in carefully.
Here at Ramona Elementary, we have started a reading intervention program targeted at our students in grades 1st through 6th. We work on all aspects of reading and thought the acronym CAFE was appropriate while also lending itself to a cute theme the kids could connect with. We service 101 students right now and almost
Come back.
almost half of them are English language learners. Ashley Butler, our intervention teacher, with the assistance of 2 bilingual aides, services all students in a pull-out type program each day. In addition to our reading intervention program, our bilingual aides also support our kindergarten English language learners and newcomers. We use Dibbles as the screener to identify who is at risk and needs intervention, along with timely progress monitoring. We use systematic phonics-based instruction to teach students the fundamentals of reading. The program we use is called Really Great Reading. It is a research-based program focused on phonics and fluency. Next, you will hear what some of our students had to say about coming to the cafe.
Why we like them is because they're nice, they're kind, and they are super fun. And they teach you how to learn really good. So we'll show you a few of what they teach us. Yes. So, and digraphs are 2 consonants next to each other, like ch, w, sh. Yeah. Trigraphs are my favorite, like judge. This is j, like edge. When I come to cafe, I like to write. I like to come here and read books. I like to type out words and I like to learn books. I like to come here and to read a book with them.
I also learn here short vowels and long vowels and blends, 2-sound blends, and digraphs. I like it. It's super fun coming here.
My son is in 1st grade and he's been participating in the cafe, and he's been coming for 30 minutes 4 days a week, and I've seen a dramatic improvement in his spelling and his reading. At the beginning of the year, he was reading 32 words in a minute, and this morning he read 86 words with 5 seconds to spare.
Since this is our first year using Really Great Reading for our intervention program, we are excited to see strong academic gains from our students.
The voices were a little on the low side. I think you can still see the excitement that they do come each and every day as they're working in the cafe. And just a thank you to Ms. Butler as our intervention teacher, and also our commitment from all of our teachers, making sure their kids are there each and every day. Again, we look forward to strong academic gains and a program just that's really aimed at supporting our students.
Thank you so very much. That was beautiful. Very nice. All right, we're now on item D2, and that is recognition of retirees.
Members of the board, it's a pleasure tonight to honor some of our teammates who have retired recently. We do a big retirement celebration in the spring, as you know, but these teammates have retired since we last celebrated, and so we've invited them here tonight. We have three that are with us and a couple more that I'll mention. So I'm going to actually ask all three of them to come stand up here while we talk about them, and then we'll I'll give them their gifts from the district, a little write-up, and then ask them to make their way around the board to shake their hands. So if I could just ask Michelle Condon to come stand up here. Vita, Michelle, stand right over here by Mrs. McMillan. Vita Pedrico Philbrick. And Mrs. Eileen Hiley. So from Ramona High School and Students with Disability Support Services, we want to recognize Michelle Condon, who has worked for RUSD for 27 years. Most recently as a Special Education Paraeducator 3, and a few comments about Michelle from teammates. Michelle has been one of the constants in our functional skills program. She made the everyday seem so not every day, with her smile and enthusiasm for making sure all students had a great experience in this classroom. Every student who passed through the doors was happy to see her and missed when she wasn't there. Congratulations to Michelle on her retirement from working at RHS. It's been an honor and privilege to have worked with her during our time in Mr. Marshall's class, and I consider her not only a valuable asset to our class, but an enjoyable and encouraging presence as well. She is a true bulldog when it comes to doing what is right for students. Her shoes will be tough to fill, and Michelle will be missed. Remember, today and every day after retirement is a great day to be a bulldog.
Nice.
We also have a couple of our classified staff members who aren't able to be with us tonight, but we want to recognize Christina Foster, who also worked with Students with Disabilities and Support Services, and James Dukes. Christina worked with RUSD for 10 years as a licensed vocational nurse. We have Donna Gordon, who also worked with Students with Disabilities Support Services at Barnett, and Donna worked for RUSD for 29 years as a paraeducator. And Nancy Knight from Hanson Elementary in the Instructional Support Services side. She worked for RUSD for 8 years. And Food and Nutrition Services at Mount Woodson Elementary School, Debbie Morton, who worked for RUSD as 21 years. So we want to congratulate all of our classified and teammates that have retired. As far as certificated, we have two that we want to mention tonight. One is with us from Hanson Elementary, Vita Pedrico Philbrick. Vita worked for RUSD for 25 years as a teacher. Vita is retiring after a distinguished career of teaching several grade levels with great success at Hanson Elementary. Vita was an integral part of our school's culture, making significant contributions to the success and greatness of our educational community. We appreciated the time she spent going above and beyond connecting with her students and families each year, and Vita will certainly be missed at Hanson Elementary. So congratulations to Vita on her decision as well. Also on the certificated side, we had Mr. James K. Grice. James worked for RUSD for 28 years as a teacher, building relationships with students and staff at Olive Pierce Middle School and Ramona High School. James worked tirelessly to serve our population of students with special needs. James was a great teammate and a champion for students. Sadly, 2 months ago, James passed away after a long battle with cancer. While Mr. K. Grice is not able to be here with us tonight, we still wanted to honor him and publicly share our love and admiration for his service to the Ramona Unified School District. And from the management side, administration, we have also with Students with Disability Support Services, Mrs. Eileen Hiley. Eileen worked for RUSD for 27 years, mostly as a Director of People Services, but she also filled many other roles throughout her time in RUSD. Eileen has played a huge part in my life here at work and at home. She shared with me her knowledge and wisdom of the special education department, the impact and importance it can have in school and in the community, and the difference it can have on a student. She has given my own children an opportunity to come work in a school setting and experience the aha moment that we all treasure and the reason we do what we do. I can't thank her enough, and to my former boss and my forever friend, I wish her tremendous luck in what lies ahead. You have also been a huge part of my life from another person in the team. As a mentor and friend for over a decade, thank you for spending your time, energy, lessons, wisdom, and ideas on me. In 2012, you took a chance by hiring me fresh out of grad school as a school psychologist, and I directly benefited from your beliefs that everyone was new at some point, and we have a chance to train newbies into the strong staff we need. Looking back, I realize that this is a lesson from you that I have internalized and will take with me into the remainder of my career. This example is one of countless lessons that I have internalized as a direct result of your mentorship. So congratulations to Mrs. Hiley as well. Combined, all of the retirees that we've mentioned tonight have over 175 years of service to students in our town.
Wow.
So we want to congratulate you all and thank you for your service. And if you just kind of walk in front here, I'll hand this to you. And if you wouldn't mind just going by the board, they would love to congratulate you.
We would. Okay, I miss you already. Thank you so much for all you did. Thank you so much for everything.
Eileen, we need a picture.
Okay.
Dawn, can we get a picture?
Want us to come out front? Okay. Let's move around the front and we'll do a photo.
Around front?
Yeah, let's go out front. Get the picture.
Darren and Maya, if you could come out front, we can take a picture with them, that'd be great.
Oh, yeah.
Michelle, you're gonna take a picture with the board. Thank you all and congratulations.
Okay. Well, goodness. There's a lot of talent leaving us. I know we have a lot of talent that's new here and fantastic, but boy, those faces will be missed. All right, we are now on item D3. Are you guys ready? Okay, Hannah, go for it. No, you want to go first, Claire? Okay, all right.
Good evening. My name is Claire Scanlon. I'm the student representative for MVA High School. Thank you, Dr. Thurman, President Purvey, board and cabinet members for allowing me to speak today about the recent happenings at Mountain Valley Academy. We had 4 performances of the play Check Please, performed by our drama class. Personally, I think it was a wonderful play, and it was very funny. It was really good. Ms. Bishop, our resident school counselor, held a de-stress event today where students could talk about the stress of finals and make slime. Science National Honor Society is volunteering this weekend in Julian for a local cleanup with I Love Clean San Diego. Last week, our middle school students enjoyed a holiday social, while our high school students had a comfy holiday movie night. That is it. Thank you all for letting me speak today, and happy holidays.
Very
I hope
nice.
everyone has a restful and fulfilling break.
All right,
Thank
very
you.
good. Thank you, Claire. All right, Hannah, you ready now?
Ready, yes. Okay. Good evening. My name is Hannah Ferguson, as you know. I am the student board representative from Ramona High School. Thank you to Dr. Thurman, President Perfect, and the board and cabinet for having me here tonight and providing me with the opportunity to represent Ramona High School. In order to lift spirits before finals, ASB hosted a dodgeball tournament during the lunch periods of last week. Last week, the winter sport meeting was held with Athletic Director Coach Baldwin, which encompassed over 250 athletes reviewing the CIF rules and school expectations. ASB is hosting the Cram Slam on Monday 18th to help students prepare for their finals, which are set for the 19th through the 21st of next week. On the topic of finals prep, Saturday Scholars hosted over 150 students preparing for their finals with their teachers and peers last weekend. ASB has also been holding a book drive these past few weeks for children's books that can be read at the elementary schools during Project Read next semester. Over break, ASB advisor Mrs. Snodgrass and the new ASB president Natalie Wren were able to find a new location for prom. I'm happy to announce that our prom is now on May 18th at the California Center of the Arts in Escondido. Boys basketball has their next home game tomorrow against Westview. The JV's game starts at 4:30, and varsity game has their, varsity has their game at 7, and their theme will be whiteout. Girls soccer has their next game on Saturday the 16th at 9:30 versus Vista High School. This Friday and Saturday, the girls' water polo team travels to LA, competing in the Holiday in the Hills tournament before their next game on January 3rd. 10 RHS FFA members competed in 7 different competitions at their last meet. In their individual events, 9 students placed. Hadassah Ingvoldstad placed first, and Caitlin Peck placed 4th in the extemporaneous category. Sherlyn Alvarez Sanchez placed 5th in the 9 through 10 division for the El Credo category. In that same category, Sabrina Carey placed 3rd, and Maria Ojeda placed 4th in the 11th through 12th division. Emily Laws took 7th in the job interview contest, and Chase Nickens scored 10th in the impromptu contest. And freshmen Alexis Shindua and Avery Watkins competed in the Creed recitation, with Alexa taking 13th and Avery placing 4th overall. Hadassah Ingvoldstad and Sabrina Carey will now move on to the Southern Region Contest, to be held in March, with Caitlin, Maria, and Avery serving as alternates in their competition. This past Thursday, NJROTC had their annual military inspection, during which the NJROTC area manager, Commander Garcia, performed the inspections and watched their pass and review. To start off the new year strong, the NJROTC is hosting the Up the Hill Drill Meet on Saturday, January 13th, beginning at 7 a.m. The Ramona Junior Chamber of Commerce just finished their toy and food drive last week, and all proceeds went to the Ramona Food and Clothes Closet. The Red Cross Club hosted another successful blood drive this past Tuesday. Ramona High is proud to have Bulldogs like Owen Wyndham, who auditioned for and was selected for the California Orchestra Directors Association All-State Orchestra, hosted by Stanford University. Owen is the first student at Ramona High School to ever be selected for this opportunity, so very exciting. In closing, I want to thank Dr. Thurman and the Board and Cabinet for allowing me to represent my school and community this past semester. With that being said, I regret to announce that I will not be continuing in my role as a student board representative going into next semester, as I will no longer be a part of the RHS ASB. But I am confident that my successor will represent the student body just as well, if not better than I. Thank you again for this opportunity and the lessons I have learned this past year. Wishing everyone a happy holidays and a prosperous new year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Thank you to you both. Very nice reports. All right. And look, Hannah's like ready to pack it up. Okay, you're fine. Absolutely fine. We love it when you stay, but we also understand when you cannot. All right, we're now on item D4, and that's a report from California School Employee Association, Chapter 733. Do we have anyone for a report tonight? Okay, then I'll move on to the next one. Item D5, report from Ramona Teachers Association.
Thank you. Just set it there. I don't want to hold it. Hello. First, I just want to thank the bargaining team on both sides, district and RTA, because we do have a tentative agreement as of yesterday. Officially signed. I do just want to commend both sides, and it really says a lot about the two individuals at this table, along with our team, and having trust in that room goes a very long way. And so we do want to say thank you to that, and our members just found out this evening, so they should be reading it over, and we'll get back to you on approval. Tonight there are also several textbooks up for approval by the school board. And we do ask that you really listen to the feedback from the professionals in the classrooms who actually use the curriculum, and utilize that information in your decision making this evening. Mrs. Lawless wants to give a huge shout out to the James Dukes intervention teacher, Melinda Linder. She works her tail off for these kids. She tracks data for teachers and is an essential resource for the classroom teachers. The students she pulls are showing tremendous growth and wouldn't be this far without her, so hats off to her and all she brings to the JD site. Barnett just brought back their Holly Days on December 8th. They had over 1,000 people there, and the halls were filled with laughter and joy. Holidays had craft vendors, food vendors, performances by students, Santa photos, a silent auction, craft station, and much more. A huge thank you to the staff who put in countless hours to put that together for students and families. Mount Woodson fifth graders took their first field trip to Cabrillo National Monument. The scholars learned about the Spanish conquistador, I can't pronounce that word, sorry, Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo, plus exciting facts about voyages explorers took from that time period. At Ramona Elementary, Mrs. Martinez and Ms. Jimenez have been teaching about winter around the world in their classes. Students have been learning about the United States, Mexico, Africa, and Israel so far. Also, Mrs. Martinez was selected as the VFW's Teacher of the Year this year. She celebrated and received her award on December 9th. Students in 6th grade at Ramona Elementary are learning how to solve real-world multiplication and division of fractions using models, and learning about El Nino and the impact it has on global weather patterns and climates. With Ed Services, the first week of December, 20 TK through 5th grade teachers new to our district took part in a morning of science with the trainers from Carolina Science. Teachers not only learned how to use the Carolina online platform, but they also had the opportunity to participate in grade-level investigations focused on weather, earth, and space. After the energetic morning of learning and exploration, the teachers left enthused and excited to make science come alive in their classrooms. News from the OPMS STEM class. 7th graders tested their water rockets. Designs that they built. Students use altimeters with a few math calculations to determine the trajectory, we'll go with, of the rocket. Extra credit was awarded if students were able to actually catch their rocket. So if they were able to measure their trajectory and be able to catch their rocket. And it was a cold and wet day, so it kind of maybe made some things a little different. You had to adjust the math. However, students made some really good memories. RCC, TK students had an adorable car parade last week, showing off the vehicles that they made with their families. MVA students have had some great field trips, learning about science and survival skills. RCMS is getting ready to hold a career day this week after several years hiatus. They look forward to having community members share what life and their careers are like. Both schools are happy to have music return to the campus as well, and they are enjoying listening to the after-school bands, and they get a little better each week. RHS has a ton going on. Some of it was shared. RHS ASB is celebrating the 3.3 Nation. They're offering a reward during ELT for all students who had a 3.3 GPA or higher at the end of the last grading period. Several staff volunteered their time for Saturday school and helped students at Saturday Scholars to get grades up as the end of the semester approaches. That's pretty important. We also have staff providing final cram sessions this Monday to help students as they wrap up this first semester. RHS freshmen are giving presentations this week in their English classes. They had to create a claim to support their argument and back it up with 4 different sources, including a counterclaim and a rebuttal. They are working on creating arguments and learning how to back things up with evidence rather than just opinion. 10 RHS FFA students competed in different contests as she shared. A few students are now moving on to the Southern region, but we also want to say a huge thank you to the FFA teachers for their efforts, as well as a ton of the other teachers and staff for volunteering and being judges as a part of that evening. A lot goes into that. Fusion leaders are continually working on campus every Tuesday after school. They have a great turnout and they work really hard to beautify our campus. The RHS Ag Mechanics classes worked on the baseball fields to assist coaches with removing poles and the backstop, and they're looking to build a 200-foot retaining wall behind the third base dugout. So some pretty cool projects going on. Check out the RTA Facebook and Instagram for photos of many of the fantastic things that I just shared that are happening across our district.
Lovely, wow, thank you. So many great things. Thank you so much for that report. Lots of things that I think the board didn't know, so thank you. All right, we are now on section E. That is public comment, and these are cards submitted that are regarding items that are not on tonight's agenda. And our practice is to hold this for 15 minutes total, each speaker at no more than 3 minutes. So we do have 5 cards, is that right? For this items not on the agenda?
Right. We
Okay.
have 4.
4? Oh, all right, very good. So if somebody has said what you're going to say already, then be brief. All right. Ready?
Just clarification,
Yes.
Catherine Koger, are you speaking about the pool? Okay. So we'll start with Chelsea Phillips about paraeducators.
Be first, guys.
You can do it.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
we'll see if I can read my writing.
Yep.
So, good evening, guys. My name is Chelsea Phillips, and I'm co-department chair for RHS. And so today I'm here to advocate for my team and our staff. We have paraeducators that we cannot complete a job without. Those are professionals that are so valuable to our team, and right now we are lacking a lot of paraeducators. So, as I say, guys, we rely on them, and it takes a village for these students to be successful, and currently we don't have that village. So last year, para 1 and 2, or 2 and 3s were approved for 7-hour positions, and we got most of those filled. So that was a huge success, and it shows that when we put them at 7 hours, we can fill those positions. Currently, we do not have many para 1s. We have 1, I believe, and most of those positions are all 3.9. We have the exception right now. So we are in desperate need of paraeducators because we cannot support our students adequately without that staff. So tonight, I'm not here to point fingers. I'm not here to complain. I'm here to bring this to your attention so when the issue does arise, you guys know it's important. I mean, our staff asked me to be here. So I stayed up here all night, hung out, eating my Jack in the Box in the Jeep. So I mean it when I say we really need it. So please, 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 I hope that you hear me tonight. I hope that you do take considerable action when that does arise. Hopefully it comes up. I don't know how the political thing works. So I'm just here to say we need help. Para 1s, they need to be 7 hours, benefits, retirement, anything possible, because right now fast food is $20 an hour, and you do not need a college education for that job. So thank you for your time, and come by and visit.
All right, thank you, Chelsea. Nice to see you. All right. Next one is
Next is J.C. Gilbert regarding the swimming pool.
Do we have? Yeah.
Never done this before.
You'll do great.
My name is Jackie Gilbert. I live right next door to the OPMS on Hanson Lane, and I'm here because I am an advocate for the swim teams, for the educational benefit of the swimming. All 3 of my daughters were involved in the swim teams in Ramona. One of them graduated in '98, one graduated in '04, and one graduated in '13, and all 3 of them watched the pool change over those years. Not necessarily for the better, but they enjoyed it, and they got up every morning at 5 o'clock and walked up to the pool to jump in. And I just feel that it's a very important part of our education system. It's a very important asset to Ramona. In the summertime, I remember sending the kids up there to swim when they had open swim in the summertime. And with Ramona not having a community pool, well, now they have no place to go unless they can get out to the estates. And also with that came lifeguarding. My 3 daughters all learned to lifeguard, and now they've all been swim instructors and have taught children to swim. So from the beginning of getting into the swim team and right straight through to now they're full-grown adults, it was a very, very important part of our family and a very important part of their lives, and I'm just here to advocate for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Okay, next is Leal Jones.
He took it away. Thank you. My name is Leal Michelle Jones, and I'm the president of Splash, and we are a new nonprofit organization that has been organized through community members here in Ramona to advocate for the building of a multi-generational aquatic center here in Ramona. Recently, so I'm just going to come every month, you know, and tell you guys, you know, give you updates. So we just had completed 3 different charity events in this past month. Thank you to Dan Summers and Dr. Thurman for showing up in support of our event at Marinade on Main. Jess and her staff were so generous to allow us to have an event there to raise funds. We raised just under $500, which basically, you know, keeps the website going and all of our admin fees that we have to at this point. And then we also did, we had a booth selling dog treats in front of a coffee shop in Ramona for the Ramona Christmas tree lighting ceremony. So we were able to raise some funds there, as well as the cul-de-sac Christmas in the estates. So we've got, you know, some donations that we are looking at, you know, in the future when we're raising these funds. We're looking at perhaps a partnership with the school board if we can get a resolution passed and then a bond passed to be able to, you know, create a pot of gold essentially, which is what we're going to need for the aquatic center. So we've increased our committee, our emails, our community involvement. And, you know, oddly enough, I find that a lot of people, you know, back in the day, Ramona had a lot for its youth to do in the summers. I've heard that there was a bowling alley here. I heard there was a movie theater here. I heard there was a skating rink here for a hot minute, and also a pool. And now there is nothing for children to do here. So this is, I think, one big piece to that puzzle that needs to be solved, especially because it's so hot. And, you know, it really does benefit everybody in the community. And the other thing that I know that this is very time sensitive right now, because the school facility program to which we possibly could be eligible, our town, because we're rural and there's a bunch of, you know, stipulations that go with it, means that, you know, we could save 50% on the cost of a pool if we are able to get a resolution and get a bond for that now. And I do understand that it's hard in rural communities to get bonds passed, but in California since the 1970s, you know, bonds for community projects such as
Leal,
this.
I'm sorry that your time is up.
Okay, are usually passed, you know, a lot. So thank you so much for listening to me today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick question.
Yes.
Is Splash on social media, and if so, will you share it with me?
Yes,
Right
it
now,
is.
please?
Not yet. We're working on that.
Okay.
I've
So-
seen their fundraisers advertised. I think just on your personal account, maybe?
Personal account, yes, and we are posting all over on all the forums and such, but soon we'll be on social media as well.
Thanks
Yeah,
very much.
Besides the posting.
And
Yeah.
please, we'll help you get it out there.
Awesome. Thank you
once
so
do.
much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Catherine Koger.
Good evening, I'm Catherine Koger. I am part of the committee, participant in the Splash nonprofit. I wanted to start off by saying that I didn't come prepared with anything to say specifically, so I'll just speak from the heart. My first childhood memory when I was 18 months old is of thinking I could walk across a pool cover, and I fell into the water, and somehow was able to swim underneath it and get to the other side and climb out, much to my mother's shock. I am an example of what could have been a tragedy. I remember it like it happened yesterday. And I don't know if you recall, I showed up in October. I was a new resident, brand new resident here in Ramona at the time. I showed up to this meeting to just kind of advocate for having a public pool here in Ramona for several reasons. One, because I could have been a drowning victim, which is followed by, of course, tragedy, unnecessary tragedy. Also, just to kind of help promote the idea of having a pool here. Many opportunities came about because of the fact that I had access to a public swimming pool as a child. I attended a child development center where in the summertime every Wednesday we would walk to the local pool. And by the age of 8 years old, I was helping other kids learn how to float, and a lifeguard noticed how I was able to help kids float. She pulled me to the side and asked, "Would you like to help teach my classes sometime?" And I said, "Sure." And my mom and dad actually allowed me to ride my bicycle to the pool and volunteer on Saturdays to help out my lifeguard friend, Nicole. So I've been teaching, I later became a City of San Diego lifeguard and taught at that very pool. I was on swim team and water polo as well. And it just kind of came full circle for me. And I just wanted to share that little story to let you know that just the simple awareness of what can happen and so quickly, you know, the awareness for what can happen is what prevents drowning. Sorry, I'm getting over a cold.
Catherine, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Is my time up? Okay.
Thank you very much for coming in tonight.
Yeah.
We have your information here, so yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you all for speaking to us tonight. Yeah. Gotcha. All right. We are now on item F2 in our education services, and this is presentation of instructional materials for approval.
Good evening, board members. Well, it's been a busy first semester in Ramona Unified, especially when it comes to ensuring that we're meeting our education code and sufficiency of instructional materials. Since the beginning of the school year, teachers have been implementing pilot materials in numerous courses, and the team is here tonight to share the progress and make recommendations for adoption. Susie O, Coordinator of Curriculum, and Antoinette Rodriguez, RHS Principal, along with a team of incredibly hardworking teachers, are here to present information about the first semester's pilot of instructional materials. This presentation will include both history, social science, AP text, film and lit. I think I got them all. Yes, I got them all. Courses.
Is there a presentation happening?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Good evening, board members. Oh, thank you. Cabinet. I am very pleased to be here tonight to talk about our RUSD pilot of instructional materials. I'd like to go over our rigorous process, results, and recommendation. You may be familiar that this year, RUSD has committed to accelerate student learning. And within this instructional focus, you'll notice the 5 pillars that we've been focused on. These 5 pillars are embedded all throughout our history social science framework. It is the alignment of this framework along with the instructional focus that we've used to help ground our pilot process. So let's talk a little bit about our journey of our pilot materials. It began back in January when we formed our ad hoc committee, which a couple of our board members were a part of. After that, we provided professional development training for our teachers so that they might be equipped to properly teach from the curriculum materials. As our pilot continued, we had pulse check meetings to check in with our teachers and ensure that they had the support that they needed, as well as to make sure that we were all together on the same page. And the evaluation rubrics that each individual teacher used to evaluate the materials were also used so that it would be done in an unbiased manner where we can have alignment with one another. And tonight we're here to provide our recommendations and results. It's important to know that this journey was not done alone with just our teachers, but with all of our educational partners. So you can see on this slide that it represents all of our partners that worked alongside us during this pilot process. So our teachers from all secondary school sites piloted materials along with the support of our site administrators. Our parents also had an opportunity to weigh in through their school site council meetings. At our last district advisory committee meeting, we provided an opportunity for parents to look at all the materials and provide feedback. And of course, we have our MVA parents as teachers as well that were able to provide feedback. Our community members also had an opportunity since August as we had our materials out here in the district office for public display. All of our materials were also online on our RUSD website, along with a survey that they could fill out. We also had an all-day community forum on October 11th, which allowed any community members to drop in and share their feedback and thoughts. And finally, last but not least, our students, which we're doing this for. So the students are the center and the focus of why we're doing this pilot, and they also had opportunities to provide their informal and formal feedback to their classroom teachers and share their experiences along this pilot process journey. So the next few slides, I just want to highlight just a few of the comments that we've received from our educational partners, starting with our school site council and principals. Our school site council members have shared that they not only trust but truly support our teachers with their recommendation for the pilot instructional materials. You'll also note that our principal also shared that not only was it relevant and engaging, but it really does teach critical skills that our students need. Feedback from our students also note that they find the materials very easy to use, easy to navigate. It's full of information, informing and yet challenging. And you can see that they enjoy some of the resources that the materials had to offer. And from our online survey from our community member, also supports the materials and saying that it had a lot of great features and really like the online features, saying that it was easy to navigate and enjoy the outline of how the textbook looks. To give you just a little bit of information about the evaluation rubrics that I mentioned earlier, there were 38 different evaluation points that were used to collect data from our teachers. A lot of these points were embedded within our very own RUSD board policy. So not only was there alignment to our framework and our instructional focus, but even within our own board policy. In these categories of standards, student work, organization, assessment, and teacher support. So not only did each teacher have a chance to give quantitative feedback, but also qualitative feedback on some of the strengths and even limitations that the program might have. So I like to share the results and recommendations from our teachers. So starting with world history, our world history teachers recommend Modern World History by HMH for our world history class. Our U.S. history teachers recommend American History by HMH for our U.S. history course. Our economics teachers recommend Principles of Economics by McGraw-Hill for our economics course. Our civics teachers recommend Principles of American Democracy by McGraw-Hill for our civics course. So some comments from our teachers, you can see on the slide, show that there was a lot of alignment between the textbook and the standards that we need to teach, that had a lot of resources that they needed, and that really met the teachers' needs and the students' needs in helping and align to help differentiate instruction in their classroom. And now we'll talk about the school site-driven pilot, specifically at RHS. Our AP US history teacher recommends Give Me Liberty in American History by W.W. Norton and Company for the AP US history course. Our AP US government and politics teacher recommends American Government, Stories of a Nation by Bedford, Freeman, and Worth for our AP US Gov and Politics course. Our AP European history teacher recommends A History of Western Society by Wiesner Hanks, Grosson, Perry, McKay for our AP European history course. And our AP economics teacher recommends Krugman's Economics for the AP course, Bedford, Freeman, and Worth for AP economics course. Our film, literature, and composition teacher recommends The Film Experience by Bedford, Freeman, and Worth for the film, literature, and composition course. So again, just to highlight some of the comments for these courses at RHS, our teachers state that there is a great match between the content materials and meeting the requirements for the College Board as well as the AP exam. So now I'd like to invite some of our own teachers to share their experiences and their comments.
Hi, everybody. We've been talking about textbooks for a while now, and I'm sure you probably have a pretty good idea what you're going to hear from me. Number one, especially in the courses that I teach, civics and economics, as well as the AP classes, these textbooks are the resources that our students not only need but deserve to continue to use what we've had in the past. Is just, it's not right, it's not fair. Our kids deserve better. I hope tonight that you will, as has already been said, trust us. Trust us to do what is right for the students in this community. We have worked hard with these pilot materials. We've worked hard to make sure that they are what our students deserve, and that they're going to last us until it's time to do this again. So I'm just asking you, please, trust us. Trust the hard work that we've done. Trust the work that Susie, the cabinet, has done as we march on and finally get some new resources for our social studies students, because believe me, they deserve it.
Mrs. Brainerd,
Yes, sir.
should we approve it? Will you stick around a couple more years?
I got a mom that is waiting for me to get on the golf course with her. She's 82, gonna be 83, so I gotta get on the golf course.
Nice try, though, Darren, nice try.
Don't approve, she leaves tomorrow.
Okay.
Sounds like your mom and Mr. Summers here need to connect, it sounds like.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Cameron Dexter Torty, Mountain Valley Academy, longtime listener, first-time caller. At Mountain Valley Academy, I know a few members of the board can speak to our experience there, having had students there, or just knowing our culture and our program. It's a great school, provides an opportunity for individualized instruction to our students, and as someone with a master's in curriculum and instruction, someone who has worked with four of the pilot programs, I have to echo what Mrs. Brainerd said and say they're great books. These, I went through these really in a rigorous manner, given my background and knowing that these were going to stick around potentially for a while, and just the accessibility for our students, the resources that are available for them through the textbook, the alignment, just really great benefits to adopting these, and I certainly hope that you all will. So thank you.
Thank you. I mean, I don't think our school board meetings rise to the level of, George Norrie, but thanks. Okay, we do have one speaker.
Yeah, we have one speaker. It's Bob Studi.
Welcome back, Bob. Thank you.
Should we open this?
I don't think it's a Christmas card.
Thank you for giving me the time. I'm here to keep a promise that I made to the board as I was leaving, that I'd carry this through. With that said, we're talking about how things are adopted. I wanted to point out to the board that unless something's changed, that the pilot was strictly for one chapter of the particular book that I was part of. And so the rubrics and everything set, everyone was talking about one chapter, and it was pretty benign in comparison to what some of the other chapters are. With that said, we're left with a dilemma, and this is one that had been a dilemma for me as a board member. What do you do when there's a book that has a lot of good things, and then there's things that aren't good? Well, Gavin Newsom recently was sharing that he didn't believe that books should be censored, as he was doing some of his work with one of the school boards. And I got to thinking, he's right. However, he didn't realize what he was saying, in that a lot of these books, certain portions of them are censored towards the conservative side. And so the thought I had was, I don't believe that we should remove anything from any of these books. I believe the students should be able to see what's said. But what I also believe is that we can create an insert that will share the different ideological view. And so what I wanted to use my time with was to share how the insert would work. This would basically go in with white tape and would be inserted. I spoke with Leslie during our workshop, and as I recall, when we talked with the publisher, and again I'm focusing on the American history book, that it could also be an insert on the digital, what the salesman said at the time. To give you an idea, and what's in those packets are inserts. They're sample inserts, and the page basically is at the bottom, left to right of where it would go. Let's see. If I go to, for instance, let's see. When they talked about Ike, okay, Eisenhower, said although Eisenhower did not lead on civil rights issues, what hadn't been mentioned was the Civil Rights Act of 1957. And so if this would be page 643 in the packet, as these would be inserts. Some of you may not have received a whole book to be able to be reviewed. This is used in the book, the actual workbook from the publisher that was the teacher's edition. That would be very hard to be able to review, and that was
Right.
extremely hard. So basically, I'm going to step back now, and I have another.
Bob, your time is up.
Oh, then I'm stepping back.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Okay. I'm hearing there's a little confusion with our speaker slips, so
Of
just
who?
hang on just a minute.
Yeah, this is what's,
Okay.
what I received.
Dave, did you want to talk about this item?
Please.
Okay, very good. It says
I need to speak
F3 and F5.
I'll give you a break, I'm only speaking once.
Okay, this one? Okay, great. Can you relabel that F2? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Dave.
Many of us, I don't know if all the board members, but most of us have ushered our kids through this high school, or through a high school. And a lot of that, as part of the learning curve, for me, was to kind of try to get out of the way, when they're moving along, try not to be an impediment. And I look at this approval as California state approved books and recommended books by the teachers. Approval would be kind of helping usher them along and giving them the tools they need. And disapproval of a text would be a true impediment to what goes on here at the schools. So I'm asking you to look at this in the kids' perspective, trying to help them. And then if you find, like Mr. Studi has found, some issues that you don't like, you got months and months to come up with alternative tools, and you have months and months to convince your colleagues that it needs to be changed or have some added materials. So the approval, I'm recommending that you don't be an impediment to the students at this school. Give them the books they need and move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Okay, board members, so we have had a presentation on, oh.
I'm so sorry.
Yes?
But we were supposed to have two of our ELA teachers speak after our history teachers, and I completely, sorry, did not give them that opportunity. Would you mind if the ELA teachers?
If they'd like to take a moment, that's fine. We'd love to hear from them.
Hi. Just here to say that we really like the textbook and it works really well. I'm Julia Shotwell.
Thank you.
Teacher of film literature and composition along with Jules Appleton. And we like the textbook. It's excellent to teach note-taking skills, terminology, citations. They're using it to write a current essay. It's a fantastic text. It's a great way to combine English skills with the study of film. And it's, I think, something that the seniors really enjoy right now. So, any questions, we're happy to answer.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jules Appleton. I just wanted to add that this textbook is a college level textbook, which I think is super cool because it's introducing our seniors to that kind of higher level while still being obtainable for them at this current grade and fitting with the standards. So yeah, like Julia was saying, we're super pleased with this textbook and pleased with this class, and I hope that it continues to grow. This is the first year that we've had it, and I've already had a lot of sophomores, because I teach English too as well, take interest in this class. So yeah, I hope it continues to develop and thrive and grow and all that good stuff. Thank you.
All right, is that it? Okay, thank you. All right, so board, we've had some presentations and some public comments. Do we have questions? Sure.
Yeah, I do.
Dan, hop in.
All right. Thank you. Tonight, I'm going to abstain from approving these materials. And I need to explain that abstention. Somehow, I fell through the cracks and didn't get an opportunity to review these 7 books that are behind me. I received them from Leslie about a week ago. So I want to condone and admire and respect all the work that went into the piloting of these books by the staff. I recognize and respect that. And the parents had the opportunity to review the books as well. And members of this board had the opportunity to review these books, but I haven't. I never got that opportunity. Somehow in the transition between a previous board member and myself, I didn't get the books. No fault there on anyone. I just didn't get them. And when I read the agenda for tonight, I realized that, wait, I haven't reviewed the books that we're talking about. So, and I wouldn't expect you to allow me to vote on something I haven't reviewed. I don't think that would be ethical. So tonight, I'm going to abstain. And now you understand why. When I do review the books, I would like the opportunity to, if I find something that concerns me, board, I would like the opportunity to bring it up for resolution. And I may not find anything wrong at all. I may agree with the whole thing, which is, I think, the likely situation. But I do want to have the opportunity to review, and that is the reason I'll be abstaining tonight. If I do find something wrong, as far as resolution goes, perhaps an insert or something. But that would be based on the approval of the entire board.
Okay, thank you, Dan.
Okay? Thank you
Can I
for the time.
comment? Respond?
Yes, of
Dan,
course.
thanks for your comments. And I appreciate your viewpoint here, and I appreciate your willingness to abstain. It actually takes quite a comfortable person to say, sorry, I missed the boat here. So thanks very much. I did go through the process that the district offered, and was very pleased with the process that they gave to us as the committee. And then I'm really, really pleased with the process that we used to push this out to the community and get staff collaboration. And whatever the decision is tonight, I appreciate the process, and staff should be commended for that. Sorry.
Thank
No,
you.
you're fine, thank you. It's a conversation, you know?
There's just one thing I want to
Yeah,
add.
Roger.
So I think, Dan, you bring up a great point. I just want to talk about something that's happened in the past. It's not happening now, but just to reassure that it never happens again. And that is, we, as a board, would be given textbooks from all age levels, and some of us would get a few of the textbooks, another one would get a few of the textbooks, and it was more like, as a board, we were reviewing them all, but no one board member ever got them all. And I hope that doesn't ever happen again. Thank you.
All right,
May I
thank you,
add?
Richard.
May I add?
Sure, Dan.
I did get to 3 Spanish books, which I thought were great because it involved immersion, and that's how you learn language, through immersion. And I was very happy with those. Also, the Little Engine books and the welding book. I reviewed those 5. They were handed to me, and I reviewed them. And I thought they were terrific. And I brought them back with my approval. But I never got these other 7. And so I would like the opportunity to review them. Therefore, I'm abstaining tonight.
So, and I would also submit to you, Dan, that we're not going to find a perfect book, especially in some of these topics. But I think it's important that we rely on our staff to recognize the imperfections and challenge staff to make that a teaching point for the students. I mean, we're trying to develop critical thinkers. We're not trying to develop robots. We want critical thinkers. We want somebody to say, Mrs. Brainerd, I disagree with that. And we want Mrs. Brainerd to say, expand on that. Tell me why. And then through that dialogue, everybody in that class benefits from that conversation. So we don't have a perfect book. We're never going to find one. I know the film book is pretty good because our staff told us, and I'm not a filmmaker. I don't know. I'm taking your, I reviewed it, and I'm taking your guidance on it, but it's probably got something wrong with it somewhere. Probably more than one thing. But it's the best that we can do for our students. We're never going to find a perfect anything.
Well,
We're never
Darren,
going to find a perfect board member.
you're speaking to the choir, buddy. I agree with everything you just said.
Yeah.
And why wouldn't I? I agree with
Absolutely.
you. Actually, as a history major, this is a giant homework assignment for me. I'm going to review all the history
Gave them to you.
and you know, relearn a lot of things that I probably had forgot at my advanced age. So, anyway.
Thanks. Sorry.
No, that's fine. Darren, did you have anything else at this time?
Not at this time.
Okay, very good. Maya? We can, we're talking, this item is written as one item. If we take it apart, it's our prerogative to do so if need be. But right now, let's just talk about the materials, and if you want to take them one by one, that's fine. Oh, it's an information item only, so no action tonight?
Yeah.
Oh, the action is on the next one. Oh, the next roll. Got it. All right. It is broken down into separate ones. So right now, we can, talk about any of them that you like.
Some questions to Suzanne. You are referring to policy, which policy are we talking about?
So our evaluation rubrics, you were on the ad hoc committee, so you might remember that we took a look at our rubrics and then looked at our board policies, and remember they were highlighted. So anytime we saw any of those components that matched or aligned with our current board policies, we made sure that those were highlighted so that you can see clearly where the alignment is between our policy and what those evaluation components are.
So, did you get
Can I clarify for just a second? So the rubrics that were used for the pilot were the exact same rubrics that we used when we were sitting at the tables during the ad hoc committee. So you're, both Mr. Drum and Ms. Phillips are very familiar with those rubrics. They use them themselves in that group for that particular unit that they evaluated as a part of that ad hoc committee.
Did you get any feedback from the community? I know you sent out surveys.
Yes.
What was the feedback? Was any feedback that was in line with critical thinking? Were there any suggestions?
Yeah, so the community feedback was, again, we had the community forum day where it was an all-day drop-in, and we had, parents come and share their thoughts. Not everyone filled out the survey, some chose not to, and so, that was their choice. So hence, we didn't get a lot of survey feedback specifically on the history of social science, but we did get feedback from our parents and, through school site council and from our district advisory committee.
So, what was the tone of the feedback? What did they say?
The feedback was all that they like it, they agree with it, they support it. Everything that we've heard from our educational partners have been very positive.
So, there's nobody who was not happy with that? Okay.
I have a question. Can you tell me the number of parents that reviewed, whether they filled out the form or not? Is there a number attached to that review?
So parents or community members or
Both.
total?
Both.
Yeah, both.
Because I don't have a number for you because each school site council, I don't know what their numbers are, in terms of how many parents were at those meetings when they reviewed the pilot materials. So that I would have to get back to you after I find out from our school sites.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that.
Well, maybe, how well attended was the community forum?
We had one parent.
Okay, thank you.
How many surveys did you get back? 5, 10, 1?
From the community members?
Both community and parents?
From anyone that wasn't a staff member.
Yeah, so we had one survey filled out from the community member.
And not any from parents or none?
From parents, we had a lot, as I said, we were able to get feedback from our school site council and also district advisory committee, our MBA parents, who also
did you have anything else at this time?
About textbooks, yes.
Okay.
Okay. So, I had 8 of them on my list. And 8 of them were okay, more or less. One of those who was okay was U.S. history, the one we reviewed at as part of the when I was part of the committee. But also, I did a presentation about a year ago how I would like the electronic version not be part of what we adopt for all the reasons I cited back then. How one-sided was selections of selection of articles present in that part. Also, when I looked at the list of primary sources, it also would be all fine, maybe, but there's at least one thing I found that cancels it all out, because there was Communist Manifesto among them, and Communist Manifesto is actually not a pure philosophical piece. I have read it. It's a call to action. It calls for activism. It promotes and advocates for communism. It goes directly against the Ed Code, against all our board policies. So I did not find, for example, I was happy not to see there, for example, My Struggle by Hitler, but those two are two peas in a pod, ideologically. So I don't see how we can allow access to that. So I would like to restrict access to the online version of the U.S. HMH, U.S. History course.
So this part was information, presentation, and some discussion, and then the next agenda items will take each one
Okay.
separately.
Oh, that's when
Does
we
that work
discussed.
for you?
Okay, so I was
Okay.
in the wrong agenda item.
Sort of.
Okay.
Yes. Not
So-
really. It's my fault. It's my fault. I sort of launched into some board discussion without taking each one separately, since our presentation was on all. All right. Any more conversation on the information that we received? Seeing none, we'll move on to item F3, which is approval of instructional materials for AP courses for grades 9 through 12.
Can I ask a clarifying question real
Yes.
quick? Just regarding the survey and the opportunity to come, and I don't know if your department can identify how many people had the option or knew that the opportunity was available?
Yeah, so the survey's been shared on the district website since the beginning of the school year, actually since towards the end of last school year, in addition to mentioning it in multiple board meetings, posting it on social media. The community forum was the same. We kind of have found that all of the feedback we've received from parents was really positive, especially in the DAC and school site council. And often, right, like with a Yahoo or a Yelp review, you only get the people when they're negative giving reviews. So the positive people were like, yes, I'm happy, this is great. And we even sent it back out to them in hopes of like getting more after they left the DAC committee meeting, just trying to like get more like written feedback just for the board's review. But they were really just happy with what they were seeing and what we had available for them to review during those meetings in person. And so we didn't have the amount. It's kind of like our LCAP forum. We're lucky if we get 2 people coming into the LCAP forum all-day experience, and it was kind of that same piece. We were here, we were available, we advertised it social media, we advertised it on the website and out in the media, and so, you know, we can only encourage, we can't require.
Thank you.
Though we did require it of school site council and DAC to make sure our parents and community members got it in front of them, at least through the proper channels and committees within the district.
Thank you very much. All right, so is there anything else that you wanted to present on instructional materials for AP courses 9 through 12?
So just saying, as reviewed in the previous agenda item, there are numerous texts tonight for adoption, and just kind of explaining, we split them up by category. We have AP text first, then we'll have the history social science text, and then we'll have the film lit and comp tech text in a separate. I'll call and just say the following instructional materials are recommended for approval, and I'll call each one out individually, or I can, the board's preference, I can just say as listed, and then we can approve each one separately. I really just kind of lean on the board for how you want
Thank you.
to record this.
Right. Okay, so item F3 is the list of instructional materials that you see here. Everybody on the correct item that lists off AP Econ, AP European History, AP US Gov and Politics, AP US History. This is an action item, so I would entertain a motion if no one has further conversation on this topic. We can have a motion, we can have a second, we can talk some more.
I'll make a motion to move approval.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Discussion.
All right, discussion. Yep.
Okay, I definitely have some questions. Are we offering AP World History? Okay, so I know I brought this up when we talk about piloting it. I'm bringing it up again. And this is just coming from me. As the world changes, many schools are changing their AP European history classes to world history classes. I don't know why we're not doing the same. I have not heard any justification to keep it the same or to change it. There's been nothing. It seems to me, especially since the state of California is requiring ethnic studies as a graduation requirement, this is a perfect opportunity to work on those together. Since world history, they're learning world history all the way up through their grade levels. It seems like a natural segue. I'm not saying anything against European history because I came from that heritage, but I think that it's important that we understand the world. We're in a world society now. It's really changed a lot, and it just makes sense to me. So why I'm not against approving it, I think that we missed the mark. I think as things are moving along, we're kind of not really going in the direction that we should. Just on that class. I'm not talking about the other ones.
It's something we can definitely discuss.
Yeah, and the other thing I'd like to have a discussion on is specifically not just these classes, but all AP classes. We should have a discussion on what's better for our kids. Should we even be offering APs at all? Or should we not? I mean, what are we doing? And we should really dig in deep and have that discussion, because there are many schools that have abandoned APs because their students will have a better chance of getting into the college of their choice if they don't teach them. So I'd like to know, why are schools saying that? And have we even had that discussion? We should have it. I'm not saying that we don't teach the curriculum. We can call any class what we want it to call. We can have the same exact record, the same textbooks, just not called AP. And maybe that helps our students better. I don't know. Just, I think it'd be good. I do want to reaffirm what Bob Studi was saying. I agree with Bob Studi that when we went into questioning the history books, it was really about, is it balanced? Are we allowing students to develop their ability to critically think and come up with their own perspective, be able to establish their viewpoints based upon their own values and their own thinking. And many of the textbooks were only giving one point of view. I do feel like these textbooks are providing both, but there are, in some cases it's slanted one way, and in other cases it's biased. But that's going to happen. It's really almost impossible to eliminate that. So I like what Bob said, that if we come across them, then we should make everybody aware. There's something wrong with this book. Just like when we open up a math book and the teacher does the problem and says, look, there's a mistake in this problem. That happens, right? And so I think we need to take care and become aware and notify. I don't think that's a problem, and everybody can learn from each other. One thing we had talked about, that we were going to put everything online, and if there were any concerns, that we can have community address those concerns at any time. In addition to that, I know that I would feel more comfortable. As a teacher myself, we're always updating curriculum. We're always adding supplemental. So for me, I would appreciate if there's something supplemental that we're going to be adding or taking away, it would be really helpful that the board knows that. And I would like to approve the curriculums with that caveat that anything that's being added, we should know it, because that is essentially part of the curriculum. And I'm not saying that we're going to deny it or anything, unless it was just flat out, you know, something was really wrong with it. But I realize teachers are finding videos, finding things to support the curriculum. They want it to be more rich, they want it to be better, so that the students have a better experience and are truly able to walk away and be able to make their own informed decisions. But it's really hard to know what that is, because we're not approving supplementals. We don't know what it is. And so that would be really helpful. I guess you could call it the hidden curriculum. Well, it's hidden to us, but not to the students, because they're going to learn it, right? So that's my point, or that's
Okay.
my.
All right, thank you,
2
Roger.
cents.
Yes, Darren.
Roger, I agree with you with regard to, I would like to hear from staff with, I'd like staff to come back and look at this world history versus European history, come back with a presentation and perhaps a recommendation, and us dive into a meaningful conversation, whether we think that's the direction we want to go. Thanks for bringing it up. What do we need to do? It's not an action item, but we got 2 people here on the same page. If we have consensus, we can give staff direction to, I mean, not next week, I know that, not next meeting, but sometime in the near future, come back with a recommendation from this direction. Do we have consensus on this?
I'm interested in having that conversation. However, if we approve these materials, that means we're purchasing, yes? And how soon?
Yes, this is an action item for approval of these texts. If the board wanted a presentation about the balance, if we decide to go a different direction, that starts the process, again, on a.
For
an
European
alternative. Right, on a
Right.
different, on a different text. So, if it is possible to piece this together.
Yeah.
And we may.
This,
And we're locking
may.
into a
Can I
curriculum
just
for
make
a while.
one mention about it? We're talking about one course at a high school. I mean, how many sections of this are being taught? How many textbooks would we actually purchase if we made a change? I'm not sure it'd be that big of an expense. And so I'm okay with moving forward with the AP European and then to have that discussion later, because I don't think it's that huge of an expense in the long run.
I agree.
And then you also brought up the point about AP classes. I'm very interested in hearing that, and hearing staff's recommendation. You rely on our staff to be our subject matter experts, our cabinet and curriculum staff to be our subject matter experts. I want them to give it to us straight, with their best, and I agree with you. I'm comfortable moving forward with the motion as stated.
And I want to make it clear, I don't have any, I guess you could say, skin in the game. It doesn't matter to me. Like, if we don't do APs or do APs, I have no emotional attachment to it. But I'm bringing it up because what I have an emotional attachment is to students in Ramona, specifically Ramona High for these AP classes, to be able to go to the college of their choice and be able to compete with everyone else that's going to those colleges. Because right now, it's not necessarily fair with the way that colleges are choosing kids to get into college. It's very frustrating. And I'm just speaking from my own experience of having many students come back and say, I don't understand why I didn't get in. And I'm like, I don't get it either, because you have a 4.5 and you didn't get in. It makes no sense to me.
I still have quite a bit of skin in the game. A lot of people in this room have skin in the game. A
Yeah.
lot of people over there have skin in the game.
I know, but I just wanted you to know that just my perspective, it's really focused on the kid.
Yeah.
And making sure that we're providing everything they can to be competitive. So if it is APs, or maybe it's a certain amount of APs, whatever the formula is to make that work so our kids are more competitive, I'm for it.
Brian, are you comfortable with that direction coming out of this conversation?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
I got a question. If AP classes assist high school graduates to compete for college, why aren't all of our classes AP?
All right, well, it sounds like we're heading towards a board conversation on this topic. So
Okay.
we'll cover that in the future.
Can I add just a little something to this conversation? Because I think it's important to know that in Ramona Unified, we have a lot of options for our students. One, they have the option to take an AP course or not. So if I know I'm not a strong writer, I know I'm not going to pass that AP test, I'm going to take a class that's not an AP course, and I'm going to get the A versus where I might have gotten the B in the AP course, and it might have, impacted my GPA. Because I think that's what you're speaking to, Mr. Dome.
That makes sense. Thanks for clarifying.
The other option that we really help our students with is also concurrent enrollment. So in addition to taking AP courses, we have many students who take History 101 and 102 at a community college. So we have partnerships with Palomar College, partnerships in our community. So we give a lot of choice in Ramona Unified so that whatever their plan for their future is, they can kind of pick with their parents what is best for their future, whether it's weighted courses that are AP, regular courses that are not weighted, or community college courses.
So
Thank you.
I agree with all that, but that's not what I'm talking about. Every school is being ranked by every university and college, and they're ranking based upon what we offer. And so that's what I'm talking about.
Correct.
I think we offer great stuff.
Yeah.
I have no problem with what we offer. I'm just saying we really should take a look at this, and maybe we need to tweak it a little bit, and our students will be even have more opportunity to get into the schools of their choice. That's
Okay,
all.
so I stuck that in my notes, and I see that Brian did in his as well. So if you don't see that coming on an agenda in the future or get it in a board update, remind me, and we'll get it done. Okay, thank you. Maya, did you have anything on this?
Are we discussing the books now?
We are discussing these 4 books. Yes?
Okay.
We have a motion to approve with a second.
Wait, which four?
F3.
The 4
Oh, okay.
AP social science books.
I'm curious, can we do the inserts like Bob suggested in textbooks? Inserts with corrections if there's something that's factual error?
I can't speak to if we're going to add inserts or not.
Oh, I see.
I don't know.
Currently, we're adopting whatever our core text would be. If there's an error found, then I'm sure we could adjust something. I don't really know that we
How?
have precedents or board policy about, or there's a lot of legislation right now about censoring books and about doing other things to our books, and so we'd have to speak with legal as far as what we can and can't do to an actual adopted text.
Well, it will make a difference on the voting, because if there's something that's not true, then it would be wrong to put a book with the wrong information in circulation for the
Well,
students.
I do believe that we have had some supplemental material that's been included in some of our courses in the past. Maybe this is a future
Supplemental
item.
would be totally different, but actually changing the book itself, that is something we would probably not.
Well, I can tell you that the
Wanna go down the road of.
publisher's been very, very receptive to corrections.
Yes.
And I think it was Mr. Studi that offered up a correction.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
And made the change.
Yes.
I think that was the book we didn't choose.
Yes.
But
still.
But I found exactly the same error he was talking about in a book that's presented to us today. And it is a major issue, because that's not true on the same issue about the same thing.
Okay.
And otherwise, that book would be wonderful. I like everything about it, but this one, it's in 2 places that I saw. Those 2 pages cancel the whole book out for me. Because how can we put it in circulation? Because that's not accurate. It contradicts our board policy, and that contradicts
So-
the ed code.
If we were to approve these 4 textbooks, including the one that you have a concern about, would it be possible then to work with Leslie and get that information to the publisher and try and guide a correction?
Well, if they don't correct, we already have approved it, so we have no recourse.
But I think Leslie could make our staff aware, and if there is something that's factually incorrect in a textbook, she can certainly let our teachers know that if they don't know it themselves.
Well, it's like fact checking on social media. I went to the factcheck.org site, and I knew it from before, but it just confirmed what I knew.
Are you saying that these are corrections? Because this doesn't look as like corrections, this looks like supplemental. These,
I didn't get a chance to look at
No, we
exactly
just
what they
got
were.
them,
I mean,
so-
if there's something that's not true according even to factcheck.org, how can we correct it for our students so they don't read it and think that's true?
I think that's the job of the professional in the classroom. So if we have concerns, if they're raised and we see something, then we can draw it to the attention of the teacher. And if in fact it isn't true, then that would be their job in the classroom to make sure students know what the true, they're not going to misrepresent the true history.
And that brings up a good opportunity for dialogue in the classroom.
Yeah.
You know, everybody makes mistakes. We're human.
Also,
And may I explain my comment about AP? I went to St. Augustine High School, which is a different world. Every senior class at Saints, there's only about 150 students in the senior class. Every class there is AP. They all intend to go to college, and most of them do. That was my thought. Well, wait, my example was St. Augustine. Why can't we all have AP here? And I understand that it's a different student body, and there's much more variety and options here than at Saints. But that was the reason for my question, because my background is that they're all AP. Thanks for the time.
Okay. Maya, did you have something more on these four?
yeah, correct me please if I'm wrong, but aren't the books supposed to have some documents at the end, or not all of them? Like Magna Carta, Gettysburg Address, and stuff like this, Federal Papers, Emancipation Proclamation.
Many of the texts have primary resources at the back end. I don't have them all memorized to be able to tell you which ones have those primary sources on the back end or if they have them in the online resources.
Are they supposed to have them or not? I'm reading from the Civic Education Board Policy and U.S. History Board Policy.
They need to be a part of the curriculum. It doesn't necessarily have to be in the textbook because textbooks have gone to be a hybrid version, both online and hard copy.
So, okay, those original documents can be just added
Yes.
separately?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I just do have one question. This one's a super easy question compared to my colleagues. The presentation that we have, the slides, say that our AP US Gov book is copyright 2019, and the agenda says 2021, which is correct.
2021.
Are we sure? Okay.
Positive.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're not adopting some materials that are old
No.
because this process
Yes.
is so laborious for
Yes.
everyone. You know, I'd rather not
Yes.
do something that's 4 years old. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks very much. All right. Like I said, it's an easy question.
Good
on that
catch.
one. Yeah, well, you know, just because
Learning experience for the students on that one.
kind of got ourselves into this on the materials. Yes.
One of the books, Give Me Liberty, most of it was great until it got into the 20th century. In the 20th century, it got increasingly biased, going one way, especially second half of the 20th century. And there's too much to put inserts for, so that's the book I'm not going to approve, because there's too much I disagree with what it says and how it says, because it's not presenting the material in a balanced manner for the second half of the 20th century.
Okay.
And also when I looked at the online version, there were so many videos of the author in the online version that were very subjective and commenting providing one-sided comments from the author.
On Give Me Liberty?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So at this time, I'm gonna call the question, and if there's a book that you, do not support, then make that clear with your vote, all right? So, all in favor of these 4 materials, say aye.
Aye.
Are you holding on something?
I'm abstaining.
Abstaining, and Maya?
Let me understand, are we voting approved?
We're
of it?
voting on all 4, and if there's one that you do not approve of, you may say so now, and we'll register that as a no.
I'm voting no on Give Me Liberty. I'm voting yes on the rest of them.
Very good. Karina, is that clear for the minutes? Okay, thank you very much. All right.
So the vote was,
It was 3 yeses for all of them, 4 yeses for everything except Give Me Liberty.
so the motion carries as stated,
I'm sorry.
correct?
1, 2, 3. Yes, I got it right.
Motion
Yes.
carries as stated.
It does.
Okay.
With Maya voting no on Give Me Liberty.
Thank you.
Dan abstaining.
Can I provide a note for one of the books? That we can make a correction on one of the facts I pointed out. I may provide to
I would
Leslie later
encourage
on.
you to work with Leslie. If you saw something,
Okay.
then absolutely, please do work with Brian and Leslie, and let's
We'll
see
draw
if we can.
attention to it
Yeah.
for our teachers.
Let's see what we can do.
The one that's refuted by fact check.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. Our next item is F4. F4.
So this would be the agenda item for approval of the history, social science materials, non-AP.
Yes.
Same drill.
We do have several speaker slips on this.
Right, we have 4, so each person will be able to speak for 3 minutes. You want me to call them now?
Yes, please.
Okay, first, Catherine Gunderson.
So if we approve, will you stay?
No, thank you.
I think that was a yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Catherine Gunderson, and I get to be principal of Mountain Valley Academy, and my purpose in speaking tonight is to emphasize the support from MVA parents and students and staff for the History Social Science textbook recommendations. We appreciate all of the work that the ad hoc committee and the teachers did in reviewing the entire book, even though it was just a chapter that was piloted. And we look forward to using these contemporary resources to frame the critical thinking and rigorous learning that will go on in our classrooms. And I would say there is some urgency. The current resources we have now are almost 20 years old, so it would be nice to get some updated resources for our students. They deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mona Snodgrass.
Do I have to ask
Well, you know, as I begin to close my chapter at Ramona Unified, one of the things I will say is our board and our school district has been very open to supporting our teachers and what we do in the classroom, as I have taught many of your children. I just want to say a couple of things. First of all, the textbook process, I know the timeline said it started with the ad hoc committee. It actually started before the ad hoc committee. We as social science teachers, who all have been educated and hired by this district as the choices for this district, went through and vetted every textbook. And as cumbersome as this has been, we've looked at every textbook. And I've taught with a lot of different textbooks in Ramona Unified and a lot of different AP books for that matter. And we came and narrowed it down to a couple and then one. Yes, we did not just look at the one chapter we were asked to do by the district office. We, in the world history textbook, we used it from the very beginning of the school year. That was 3 units of study. And our first unit of study uses a lot of chapters. So we went through a lot of that textbook. And as we are getting into the second semester, which I'm really excited about, what I really love about these textbooks, because we are so outdated, our students are different. The students I'm teaching today are not the students I taught 20 years ago. Okay, they are different. They have so much information coming at them from all kinds of resources. If we don't teach the students of Ramona Unified how to, you know, work their way through that information and know what is true and not true and to form their own opinions, then we are not doing our job and we are not sending them out as good citizens in our country. So the board, as your position, is really, as Robin pointed out earlier, really important that you support our students and support our teachers, because we do use just textbook as one foundational piece of our teaching. It is not all of it. Okay, there is more going on than that. And so support us, trust us, and when there is something that comes up, show us, give us that evidence and say, okay, our students aren't getting a full picture of that. So please, please trust your teachers. Again, for a teacher who's been in Ramona Unified for 35 years, trust me. Thank you.
Bob's duty.
There is policy. The policy is 614235, and it reads, should a balanced textbook, print or electronic, be unavailable for adoption, the superintendent shall submit to the board a recommendation for the closest material that has met the criteria for the adoption and/or piloting process. This material may be adopted by the board with approved corresponding companion notes. Each course instructor shall receive a copy of this notes, and it goes on. With that said, placing a companion note is not changing a textbook. We don't want to censor. We're trying to remove the censoring that's been done by adding to. And so I would recommend that when you make any motions on adopting, that you remind all by adding into your motion that the board reserves the right to add companion notes, board-approved companion notes to the material that's been approved. I know when I got on the board, I would ask, well, how did this get here? And there were some things, well, that's a board-approved item. It's beyond talking. And so that's how this came up. And this gives you an option to be able to approve and modify without having to go to the publisher. Because you can put in this book anything you want as long as you're not changing it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Zachary.
Zachary, can you give us your name?
Yeah, absolutely. Hi there. I am Zachary Thexton Ingram. I am a U.S. history teacher at Ramona High School. And so I wanted to come forward and just tell you how much I want to endorse this textbook moving forward. Ultimately, the textbook, if we set out to find a perfect textbook, we were never going to find one. They don't exist, right? Obviously, we all have criticisms and critiques, and if you look through our notes, we, even as U.S. history teachers, had criticisms and critiques of it, right? And so ultimately, the textbook is, like Mona said, just one of many tools that we use to deliver content, right? And ultimately, our content isn't dictated by us, it's dictated by the state of California, right? We walk in the door every day planning lessons that deliver according to California state standards. And this textbook is just one of many resources we use to try to make sure our kids know something more than when they walked in, right? And ultimately, in 2023, students learn much different. I am not very old. That being said, even in my high school curriculum, my textbook looked significantly different, right? We didn't have Chromebooks, we didn't have these internet accessibility and all this other stuff. And simply using the textbook that we have been using for the past over 15 years, older than every student that is sitting in my U.S. history classroom, is just not feasible. It is not a productive use of our classroom time. And so I would love to see this textbook be adopted so that way we can have 21st century learners that are equipped to be successful and are equipped to be competitive, not only in the workforce, but also at the collegiate level. And so that's my piece. Thanks, guys.
Thank you for bringing it. Okay, board members, let's start at this end. Maya.
Can we make a motion that the board reserves the right to add companion notes? Can we?
We already have a
decide
board
that?
policy
Yeah.
that says that.
Okay, so we can add companion notes.
Yeah.
Technically, we can just have
I
some.
think that we would bring that here as a future agenda item. Go over it, preferably vetted through our staff before it ever got to us, right? You can bring the information, work with Brian, he works with Leslie, teachers, and then it comes to the board for approval.
This means every companion note would have to go through board approval, not just.
I think we could do them as a batch. If it's related to a particular textbook, batch them up. Let's work through that process.
There's a technical possibility to add them to textbook.
I don't know that we would add it to the actual physical textbook because a lot of times students aren't even looking in a paper textbook, right? But we would have companion notes that the staff would know were board approved to be taught in the class. Am I explaining that properly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds to me.
All right, so yes, we can do that in the future. Bob will tell you which board policy it is. 68149 or something like that.
6142355.0.
Got it. All right. So do you have any questions about this batch of 4 materials that are on item F4?
The books looked fine, but the online resource for one book I found objectionable because we can't just block. If we could block access to one primary source or for that batch of articles, HML, FYI, can we block and restrict the use of that? Or if we can't, block the entire access to online resource?
You would block it because it's factually incorrect?
Because it's biased and not objective. Also, one of the primary source contains a book that contradicts the Ed Code because it advocates for communism.
Is this the U.S. history revised? Which one is that under?
That's second book on the list.
The revised one.
Otherwise, the text itself was fine on paper. Yes, for all of those books.
Okay.
They were balanced. They presented both views. And I didn't see any online sources for other books. There was no reference. Maybe there is. I haven't seen, but I have seen for this book because those presented to us.
Okay. All right. Darren, do you have anything on this?
I have a question for staff.
Sure.
Is the HMH book that Maya is referencing approved by the state?
At high school level, the state does not approve textbooks.
Okay.
So the answer to that would be no. But we look at publishers. We start our quest by choosing publishers who are K-8 approved by the state because we know they've gone through that rigorous process with the state, and then we have our process at the high school level to ensure they meet all the requirements of the state.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I also want to share something I heard at the conference. We just went to annual conference, and one of the speakers I listened to was one of the co-founders of John Adams Academy Charter School. What he said on civic education was, so why does civics education matter? It matters because our founding fathers and mothers never intended public education to prepare children for the workforce. Public education was always intended to be civics education, to pass America's heritage from one generation to the next, so that this government of the people, by the people, and for the people should not perish from the earth. So that I'm paraphrasing Franklin here, so that we can keep our republic.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Yes, Roger.
I mean, to me, the obvious question is, do the U.S. history, and economics teachers plan to use this online supportive curriculum? Yes or no?
I think they would prefer to be using that online part of the curriculum, yes, to meet and engage the students in their learning.
Okay, so.
And I think they would do the same thing with that curriculum as they would the hard textbook, and they would discern and have those students think critically if they saw an article that was biased or anything like that. We did do a bias check when we first started looking at these materials, and we did not find it to be out of balance.
Okay, so I guess what I would suggest is that we encourage U.S. history teachers and economic teachers to find materials to help it be more balanced. And let us know about them. We'd love to know.
They do that by trade.
I'm sorry?
They do that by trade. That's what they do.
I know, but we're not part of the discussion.
Yeah.
We would love to know about it.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. All right, Dan, did you have anything related to these 4 textbooks? Any questions?
None.
Okay. This is an action item. We've had some discussion about this. Do we have a motion?
I'll move approval for item F4 as stated.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Okay. I think we've had sufficient discussion, yes? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
For all books,
For
Yes.
all, and if you want to vote no on one, let us know that now.
I would like to vote no on the online resource for U.S. history, HMH, second.
Okay, so
second
we'll
book.
register your vote for U.S. History HMH as a no.
For the book, paper
And-
book, yes, but not for online. How do we do that?
You don't.
I don't think you can. You're either going to approve this textbook and its associated materials or not. We can do some work on companion materials in the future, but for this, I don't think we're separating out online versus the hard cover.
It's a package.
So, is that a no for that book from you?
It's a no mostly for the Communist Manifesto, yeah.
I gotcha. I vote no on the Communist Manifesto too, but yes, thank you. And Dan, what is your
I'm an
position?
abstain.
And Dan's an abstention. All right, Karina, is that clear?
Clear enough.
Thanks very much. I appreciate that.
So, again, just for clarification, the motion is approved as stated, correct?
It is,
Thank you.
yes. All right. Item F5. This is approval of instructional materials for film, literature, and composition for grades 11 and 12.
This is not a history social science text.
So I move approval.
Okay.
I'll
Roger.
second it.
Not for that reason.
Roger and Darren Drum. Okay. Any discussion about this one?
Yes, I do. So,
Roger.
as time goes on, the supplementaries, which will be the films that we're going to be watching, will undergo change. It's just going to happen. And I would expect it to happen annually, honestly. And so, with that being said, we would like to know about it. We would like to know what those are, just so that we can make sure that they are going through the filter of our board policy. That's all.
Okay.
And they are also added to the syllabus for the course, so parents are aware at the beginning of the year also, just so
Very
you
good.
know
So
that.
there, if the parents object.
Thank you. I do have a question similar to the question I asked before, and that is that our presentation tonight listed copyright 2007. Our agenda says 2021. It is 2021?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. Okay. Any other questions, conversation about this? We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I get to vote aye.
Okay. That carries 5-0. Very good. Thank you for everyone who worked on this. I know it was a laborious process, and I appreciate the time that our teachers took being here tonight. Thank you for being here. Okay. We are now on item F6, and hopefully this is a little more straightforward. This is approval of new courses of study, fire technology 1, 2, and 3 for grades 10 through 12.
May I comment on this?
You should move approval.
we'd like to introduce the item first.
Oh, okay.
You know.
Oh, yeah,
Board members, in addition to the hard work our sites have been engaged in pertaining to instructional materials, they've been equally engaged in surveying students and developing relevant and engaging courses of study to both inspire our students to think about their futures and keep RUSD up to date with the requirements of education code and state standards. Tonight, we're excited to bring forward a new Emergency Services CTE pathway in collaboration with CAL FIRE. This course will be a combination of both online learning that is overseen by an RHS staff member and real-life practical experiences that CAL FIRE lead. This course is the beginning of an exciting partnership between RUSD and CAL FIRE to increase the potential candidates in the Fire Academy and engage students in career-based courses where students find their purpose.
Very good, thank you. All right, Dan.
It's all yours.
Oh, okay. Well, listen, having been through 3 fire academies myself, I must tell you that the curriculum in this fire technology class is equal to any of the fire academies that I attended through my career. This is an outstanding and extensive and in-depth study of fire science, and I am very impressed. I'm very excited.
And
So are we.
Are you making a motion to approve?
I heartily motion to approve.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I heartily second his motion.
Thank you.
You're a fire chief.
I had those written down before you actually said them, figuring
Okay,
that's how that was gonna go. Okay, this is discussion possible action. We do have a motion. Any questions or conversation?
Yeah, I just have one thing.
Yes, Roger.
There is a member in our community that has offered to let this class use his personal fire truck that he owns and restored.
How fun.
So if we don't have one right away, and even if we do get one, he is willing to come and bring it so that there would be 2.
That's really fun.
So
All right,
I'll get the
Roger.
information to you.
Thank you very much. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That carries 5-0. Thank you very much.
Don, I just want to thank staff for bringing this project forward. It is a collaboration with the community.
Oh, yeah.
I think it is just another opportunity for our students to start in a career. College isn't for everybody, and this is an incredibly rewarding career. I would encourage any young man or woman who is interested in this to jump in this class. It's a great start, fantastic start.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's been exciting watching the progress being made and offering this for our students. All right, item F7, approval of new course of study, driver's education for grades 10 through 12. Boy, if you watch social media, the community can't wait for us to have this.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Well, President Perfect and Governing Board I stumbled upon this on accident as I was reviewing education code and discovered that we, along with every other school district in California that didn't know it either, are now required to offer driver's education, the instructional side, not the behind the wheel, but the actual classroom component. And so we have developed a course of study that includes the 30 hours of classroom instruction along with some driveway maintenance in order to make the course a full semester-long elective course for our students.
Okay, that's great.
Recommendation is to approve this course.
Thank you. And I see, Dan, are you missing something?
No, I'm good.
You're good?
I move approval.
All right, Roger, thank you. Do we have a second?
Dan will second.
All right. Any questions about this?
Yeah, don't you remember taking this at Poway High School?
I absolutely do
Yeah.
remember that, Roger. Of course, at that time, we actually got in a car and drove
Behind
with,
the wheel.
you know, a couple of our good friends in the car with us. That was scary.
I just want to thank Assistant Superintendent Wilson for reading Ed Code as light reading.
In her free time,
right?
with, you know, nothing else going on.
I'm not
right?
sure the County Office of Education is thanking me right now.
Right.
I'll call this the Leslie Wilson course.
Right, right. Leslie Wilson course. So this is a semester-length elective. Is it
Partnered with-
offered online at all, or?
No,
in
it
the
has to
study?
be a part of the master schedule during the school day. There could be also potentially in the future offerings outside of the school day, but we must offer it during the regular school day for students for
Okay. And we can't require it.
No.
Okay, very good. Any other questions about this? All in favor?
Aye.
That motion carries 5-0. All right, we are now on item F8, and that is approval of revised courses of study for AP Calc AB and BC.
The next two courses of study for consideration this evening are Calculus A, B, and BC. These courses were last approved in 2008. The only changes that have been done to these courses of study are an update to the College Board standards for AP Calc.
Okay, thank you very much. This is an action item.
I'll move approval.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Any questions about this? Discussion?
Yeah, there are high schools now that are starting to teach multivariable calculus, and just something to think about.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's 5-0. All right, we are now on item F9. That's approval of revised course of study, Automotive Technology Independent Study.
Yes, Governing Board, this is a course that was actually archived in our past for independent study students. This is strictly a book course. This is not a lab or hands-on course because it is designed for independent study at Montecito High School and MVA.
Okay, very good. Thank you. No driveway mechanics involved.
I'm sure there won't be.
All right, this is an action item.
I move approval.
Do we have a second?
Maya wanted to.
I'll second, okay.
Maya? Any questions about this? All in favor?
Aye.
That carries 5-0. Item F10, approval of revised course of study, General PE.
Another one of these things I stumbled on. In working with SDCOE and talking about independent study PE for students who play competitive sports, we discovered that our courses of study are out of compliance for general physical education. There are 8 components that students must have during their time in high school as a part of their requirements for graduation. We had originally had all of these spread out over 4 years. That does not work when you have students who may only take 2 years of PE. So we had to revise our general physical education PE course that is for our 9th grade students to include all of those pillars of the PE requirements so that our students, our athletes, could have athletic PE for their varsity year instead of a PE course, and that our students wouldn't have to continue to take 4 years of PE if they qualified under the other allowable reasons under Ed Code. So you have 2 courses of study tonight. One is general physical education without the health standards, and there is a second one that's general physical education with the health standards. So we have the option to offer either general physical education as a standalone course and health as a standalone course, or combined. And the reason we're bringing them both forward is because it's dependent on whether we have a teacher with a health credential or not as to whether we can provide credit for health as a standalone course. So currently we have a staff member on RHS campus who has a health credential, so we can offer health as a standalone course and PE as a standalone course. If we don't have someone to be that teacher of record, then they have to be combined because you do not need a health credential to teach health if it is embedded in another course.
Wow.
California.
Right. Okay, thank you very much. This is an action item.
Well, I have a question now.
Yes.
So, if you embed it, does that mean that they have to take more than 2 years of PE? Because if you do it the other way, where it's standalone, they take 2 years of PE and 1 health.
No, it doesn't
Doesn't
impact the number of years of PE at all.
It seems like it's an advantage to have it embedded.
It's an advantage to having it embedded?
Well,
No, it's actually an advantage to not having embedded because they get an extra 5 credits.
I guess that's how you look at it. If you want to get out of school quickly, then a lot of people feel like having to take the extra health class kind of screws up their high school
The
career.
flow.
Yeah. So I guess that's how you look at it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, this is an action item. Do we have a motion? Maya?
I have
Yeah?
questions.
Okay,
Okay.
sure.
does it include any classroom instruction time? Because all those things, are they taught in class or per PE? That's not including health.
There are some, well, for example, there are some things that are called out in the pillars that maybe we can't get all of our students in the pool, so they do dry land, maneuvers or different things like that. As far as in the actual classroom, they do have it for health. If they're doing the the Apex portion of that would be in the classroom component for health. But actually physical education, just the effects of physical activity on dynamic health, that's one of those pillars. That would could be something that would be taught in the classroom, but I would have to lean on our PE teachers to say exactly what they do when they're in their classroom versus outside.
Is any PE taught in the classroom? I'm just curious what it looks like, because there are some discussions and describe this and discuss
Yes.
that. I wonder, is it all outside or there's some
Any discussions, well, I
Classroom?
guess you can huddle up, but probably not with that many students, so then that would probably be in the classroom.
So there are some
No, we have
classroom PE
teachers.
classes?
Yes, they have classrooms.
Okay.
Yes, our PE teachers have a classroom that is assigned to them.
And is PE condensed when also it includes health, or because there is so much more they have to cover besides the regular PE?
Typically, because our health is all approved to be Apex online learning, so that our families are a part of that at home with that online platform. Most of the Apex learning is the homework side of the course. So occasionally when there's a rainy day and they can't be outside doing the physical education, then they might be doing Apex on those days also. But generally that's done at home as homework.
So which part is done at home? You said
Health.
health part.
The health part.
Oh, so it doesn't take up any
Not,
PE time in school?
not that you're thinking of.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Are we allowed to make any changes in those
Not to the
courses?
standards, no.
Not in the standards.
Then these are the standards.
So we only vote to approve or not approve them?
Correct.
But we're not allowed to change anything.
Not the standards, and our courses of study have, you could change, you could offer up suggestions for, let me see.
Companion materials again.
Right, you could do towards the back where there's suggested activities or available materials or any of those types of things. There's that, but the standards themselves cannot be rewritten.
If you remember, they're approved by the state legislature, and we are required to go by them.
It's also course of study. So standard and course of study are the same thing?
In Ramona Unified, our course of study template is basically the standards because that's what we're required to teach. And it's making sure we're being very clear on what we're required to teach. That's just the template that we've had for as long as I know. 92, it was a different template, I can tell you that. I did look at a 92 course of study this morning. Coming to you next month.
Now we know what you do for fun.
Right.
I saw in the health course that's teaching some morals that I don't think should be taught by anyone outside of the family.
Yeah, well, that's an interesting thing because
Morals and values.
Yeah, but so basically for like 170 years, values and morals left the classroom. Happened around 1850, and then in 1990 or 1991, it was brought back in. It's kind of a hidden curriculum because we call them the 6 pillars. It's pretty universal throughout schools, but that's when it was brought back in. So why was it brought back in? Because community wanted it. They wanted it taught back in the schools. So I think this is pretty important because it was taken out, now it was brought back in, and it's because the public wants it. They want it taught in the schools.
Okay. Do you mean particularly in the health section?
Yes, and I can
Yeah.
quote exactly what I mean.
Yeah.
I can point. There's some what I consider ethnic studies elements in health as well, which some elements that don't belong to health at all. They don't belong neither to physical education nor to health.
Right.
At all.
Yeah.
Completely different subjects. Environmental, multiculturalism, decision making, psychological things. Practice respect for individual differences and diverse backgrounds.
Yeah.
How is it related to health or physical education? And also calls for to action. That's, I think, a lot of things that need to be done in the families. And I was curious, for example, standard 1, describe the health benefits of abstaining from use of alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs, including marijuana. My question is, would drugs include marijuana?
I would imagine so.
Okay.
I was just going to say to support what you're saying, you already talked about how all of the curriculum from the beginning of this country was to help develop citizens. It essentially was providing civic education to foster wonderful citizens, and it was being transferred from citizen to citizen as time went on. And so in many ways this is actually a wonderful thing, because the values that were taken out of schools around the 1850s have been brought back in the 1990s. So I think our society realized that we weren't producing good citizens and we needed to do something about it. So the schools, it could be, it doesn't always have to be taught directly in the classroom. It can also be, I forgot what we call it, the bulldog time. What's the time that we have, like 20 minutes, 30 minutes during the day? What do we call that again? I forgot what it's called.
ELT?
ELT time. It can be taught in there. Teachers are free to teach it in their classroom when it applies to what they're doing. So anyways, does it take away from parents? No, I think it's supportive for parents.
Okay. Maya, did you have anything else on this?
No.
Okay. Anyone else? Questions, conversation about this material? Sure.
Based on what the board approves, because there were two different options, right? So depending on which option they choose because health is a required class to graduate.
They're not options, they're both being approved
So they're
tonight.
both, okay, so so would the student have the option to choose which one? Because
No, it's solely dictated based on the credentials we have on a campus.
Okay, got you.
If
So,
we
'cause
have
you were saying
someone
that there
with a
was
health
the-
credential on campus, then we can offer health as a standalone course and an
Okay.
extra 5 credits. If we don't have a staff member, so say a PE teacher does not have a health credential on campus, then we cannot offer a health as a standalone course.
Okay,
It's strictly based on personnel.
got you.
What we can
So it would
offer.
change year to year possibly?
Could.
Okay,
Mhm.
interesting.
Yeah, good question.
That's a really good question.
Okay, this is an action item.
I'll move approval as stated.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'll abstain.
Okay. It's okay to vote no also.
Okay, no.
Okay. That motion passes 4-1. Thank you. And Maya, I really appreciate your perspective in the conversation.
Yeah.
Well, I had more, I just didn't want to bore you with details, since we can change the details.
Thank you. You caused me to look even more closely, though, at some of what we see listed here. And, yeah, I mean, if we don't like the state standards, then we probably need to appeal to the people who have control over that.
Just very little detail, like how they look at things. For example, harmful effects of ultraviolet, but not all ultraviolet is harmful. For
Right.
about 30 minutes, you need it to produce daily norm of your vitamin D. So it's not 100% harmful, just amount of that. How much? So things like that.
I understand.
That could contradict what family teaches at home.
Oh, yes. All right. Advancing the agenda here. We are now on Section G, Human Resources. Item 24 is initial proposal from CSEA and Ramona Chapter 733 to Ramona Unified School District for 2023-2024 reopening of negotiations.
Members of the board, this is the typical sunshine of the CSEA proposal, and you have the articles that they are wanting to discuss during negotiations.
Thank you very much. This is information only. We've been presented the information. Our next item, G5, is a public hearing on the initial proposal from California School Employee Association and its Ramona Chapter 733 to Ramona Unified School District for 2023-2024 reopening of negotiations. Public hearing is now open. At this time, if anyone would like to speak to us on this item, you may do so coming forward now, even if you have not previously submitted a speaker slip. Seeing none, public hearing is closed. Alright. We are now on item G6, approval of grievance settlement between Ramona Unified School District and California School Employee Association and its Ramona Chapter 733 regarding health technician.
Members of the board, as stated, there was a grievance filed by CSEA alleging a violation of the contract. The district disagrees with the assertion made by CSEA. However, we have come to an agreement regarding ending the grievance, and in addition, increasing the hours of the Ramona High School Health Tech from 6 hours a day to 7 hours a day. Approval of the board for this grievance does terminate the grievance and resolve it.
Okay, thank you very much. This is an action item.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any questions about this? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That carries unanimously. Item G7, approval of grievance settlement between Ramona Unified School District and California School Employee Association and its Ramona Chapter 733 regarding pay for bus drivers.
Members of the board, the CSEA filed a grievance asserting that the district violated a past practice of compensating school bus drivers for getting their district ID taken outside of their contractual day. And looking into the situation, it did reveal that there was a past practice that we were unaware of. So we are coming forward with this grievance settlement to rectify that, to pay the bus drivers 15 minutes for their time to take the district required identification picture. And this settlement resolves the grievance as well.
Thank you very much.
I move to approve.
Thank you.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That motion carries, and thank you for your work on these items. Item G8 is approval of revision to management confidential salary schedule.
Members of the board, the Thrive program is thriving too much, and there just are a number of students and demands and needs, and in order to keep up with those needs, we are proposing a new position, the expanded learning program supervisor, which would be an assistance to the manager who's currently in place of the program. The fiscal impact for this new position is $117,530. The funds are already allocated within the Thrive program, which is a self-funding program. We're requesting approval of this new management position.
This is an action item. Do we have a motion?
I'll move approval.
Thank you.
I'll second.
All right, I do have a question. So with this new position and the Thrive program doing so well, how many students do we have enrolled now? Approximately.
I have no idea. I'm in charge of staff.
Leslie probably knows.
The most current numbers.
That's why you're all here, because even though it's listed under.
We're over 400 at this point.
Okay,
Wow.
and like, how many did we have last year? Ballpark.
Well,
No.
It was just starting.
I wanna say we were in like 250 range.
Wow.
But I would have to double check.
Yeah, yeah. No, I won't hold you to it, just to
But we have
get sort of an
definitely
idea.
Increased, and we have still many on the wait list.
Yeah, I've been hearing about that. Yeah,
And we're only limited to the staff.
right.
And how many did we have with, what did we call it, ESS? ESC?
ESP.
Much fewer than that.
Yeah, I know it was not very
40 to
many.
50%.
Yeah. Big change.
About what we ran last year. It was about what we ran.
Okay.
Okay, all right, very good. So we have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
aye.
That carries unanimously, thank you. Moving through to Section H, Administrative Services, our next item to address is H4, Approval of First Interim Report.
Members of the board, actually, I think did
I
not
skip
consent
something?
to H2? Is that correct?
H2 was listed as consent.
Was that not, I thought that was not approved. Wasn't that held?
I believe it was with Darren abstaining maybe from a particular item in that.
Okay, so we're good? Okay,
Yeah, I was abstaining from H3.
H3.
Okay,
Okay,
we're good?
I will go.
All right, H4.
All right. All right, good evening, Governing Board. Assembly Bill 1200 requires school districts to file interim reports of their annual budget as of October 31st and January 31st. The purpose of this is to determine whether or not the district will be able to meet its financial obligations during the current fiscal year. Ed Code defines 3 types of certifications required in the interim process and budgetary projections for the current year plus 2 subsequent years. The 3 types of certifications are positive, qualified, and negative. The district's financial condition at this reporting period validates a positive certification. Upon board approval, the district shall provide the San Diego County Office of Education the district's first interim report, which is in compliance with the county's December 15th deadline. Tonight, the first interim presentation will be given by Daniel Running, our finance manager, and this is an action item that we are asking the board to approve.
Hi, Daniel. Thanks for coming in tonight.
Good evening, President Perfect, members of the board, Dr. Thurman, Cabinet. Thank you for having me here to present our 2023-24 first interim financial report. So, as Melissa described, interim reports, school districts are required by California Ed Code to file 2 interim reports through the fiscal year. Tonight we'll be doing first interim, which is due to SDCOE tomorrow. It encompasses actual expenses from July 1st through October 31st and projects financial activity through June 30th. Both reports are based on assumptions that we have at the exact moment that we're doing the interim reports. The 3 possible certifications for interim reports are positive, indicating the district will meet its financial obligations for the current and 2 subsequent fiscal years. Qualified, indicating the district may not meet those obligations, and negative, meaning a district will be unable to meet its financial obligations. Ramona Unified will be projecting a positive certification for first interim. So here's some of the planning factors that we use when preparing these reports. These come from multiple sources: School Services of California, the San Diego County Office of Ed, as well as some of these are actual trends more specific to our district. We use 10 plus years worth of data to project those. So here's our enrollment data for 23-24. As you know, and everyone knows in California, we're all experiencing declining enrollment. Historically, we've experienced losing 50 students a year on average. This year, we actually had a pleasant surprise, and year over year, we only lost 5 students this year. So that's good news, or at least, positive indicator. And thus, we've changed our projections a little bit in our out years due to that. This is our actual ADA versus funded ADA. You can see our actual ADA is the lighter blue bar. The funded ADA is the darker bar. We're actually funded on whatever's higher, the current year ADA or the 3-year rolling average. You can see it's sloping downward due to the declining enrollment. Here is our unduplicated pupil count data. Usually the district hovers around 42% historically. We saw a big uptick in 22-23, and we also saw that again this year, which is good for the district. It triggers some additional funding. However, to be conservative, we kept our projections in the out years to be more closely related to the historical averages. So here's an overview of our unrestricted general fund. You can see on the left we have the original budget that was presented back in June, and then our first interim, and then the changes. You can see we have about $1 million increase in revenues, 1.4 in expenditures, and the next slides will go more into detail on all of these. So here's the uptick in revenues for first interim. The lion's share of that, the 684, is actually due to our increased enrollment numbers that we saw, the decrease in declining enrollment that we saw, as well as the UPP count numbers. So that affected our LCFF funding by $684,000. The other local revenue is actually just carryover from prior years. We don't put it into budget adoption. First interim is when we bring it back in. Here's our expenses. You can see we actually have a decrease in certificated and classified salaries. These are pretty standard for first interim. They're for vacancies and vacancy savings. Classified has one more position in there when we move the Thrive accountant over from the unrestricted side of the general fund to the restricted side of the general fund. And then the benefits follow those two, the salaries. Books and supplies, that increase is also typical of first interim, because when we bring in the carryover from prior years, that's where we put the carryover expenses on the expense side of the budget. Services and other operating expenses, this is just bringing them more in line with our actual contracts. Remember, the budget is projecting, and this is bringing us into more realistic with what we're seeing with our contracted services. Capital outlay, 1.8 million. This is actually to do with 2 of our 3 large roofing projects that we started this year. This is for Ramona Elementary and Ramona High School. And the contribution, you can see we have a significant decrease in the contribution. This is actually from moving salaries funding sources over to the early intervention preschool grant, which significantly reduces the amount that we have to contribute from the unrestricted general fund to the restricted side of the general fund to fund special ed. So here's the restricted side. You can see the uptick in revenues there, 2.4. That's mostly due to the recognizing the second half of the arts and music grant, which we received in September. And then when we receive those revenues on that side, we also have to raise the expenses as well. The other increase in revenues is title fund carryover. And the increase there in expenditures is for a few different things. One of them being that early intervention preschool grant that I mentioned. The arts and music grant. And then we also had a significant amount of carryover from the restricted lottery funds. That once we bring it in, we have to add it onto the expenditure side here. Then you can also see once again the contribution down there. So that major decrease in the contribution due to early intervention preschool grant affecting SPED funding. Here's our multi-year projection. So using everything that we've done to determine for first interim how the finances look, we then project out for the two out years given the assumptions that we know, the planning factors that we have, and things that we can foresee for the next 2 years. The most important thing to note is that we are projecting a positive ending fund balance for this year and the 2 out years. So given all of that, we are recommending board action tonight that we approve the fiscal year 23-24 first interim financial report with a positive certification.
I move approval.
Thank you, Roger.
I'll second.
I just had one comment. I thought that the local control funding formula was to give us all flexibility and eliminate categorical funding.
It was. That was the intent of it.
Actually, that was just supposed to be kind of humorous.
It was pretty funny. No, it is.
It's not funny.
I joke about it all the time.
Right.
Don, with my second, Daniel,
Yes.
thank you very much. Great report. You look like a natural up there. You really do. You really, really do. Thank you to the staff for preparing this. We know how much work this first interim budget is with the other projects that you had going on, and that I know what other projects you will have going on. I know it's a lot of work, and it's like painting the bridge. You're done painting this side, you start painting this side. You're done painting this side, you start painting this side. So it's an ongoing process. Thanks very much for your hard work. I know you put in a lot of hours, and it shows.
Absolutely.
Appreciate
Yes.
it.
Thank you very much. Good job reporting tonight. All right, we have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. That carries unanimously. All right, we are now on item H5, approval of resolution number 2023-2024-06, updating committed fund balances in accordance with governmental accounting standards, board statement 54 and board policy 3100.
All right. Members of the board, this is a document you'll be seeing at every single financial reporting period that we have. So this resolution is to update our committed fund balances right now. It was previously reported at the October board meeting.
And the document, as I said, is updated at each financial reporting period to reflect the most current fund balance and has been updated to reflect the first interim report of the 2023-2024 year. This is an action item.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have a motion?
I'll move for approval.
Thank you.
All second.
Thank you, Maya. Any questions about this? Thank you. This page is really clear. Thank you very much for that. All in favor?
Welcome.
Aye.
Aye.
That motion carries unanimously. Item H6, approval of change order to the award for installation of chain link fencing at 4 school sites, project bid number 2023-6.
Members of the board, the chain link fencing bid award was approved back in March of 2023 for the amount of $199,282. Due to additional requirements for additional lineal feet as well as panic bar gates over multiple job blocks, the amount required to complete phase 1 of the district perimeter safety fencing plan is now $227,401, which is an increase of $28,119. This amount is an increase of 14%, which requires approval by the governing board. And this is an action item.
So we're seriously spending $250,000 on fencing this year. Okay, thank you.
I'll move for approval with the comment that I honestly think this is money well spent. We should have done this 20 years ago. The security of our sites is of the utmost importance, and I can tell you specifically, Barnett, we've had parents, my wife and I included, walk by the campus and go, what can we do about this? We've been doing that for a long time. It's nice to be able to have the money to do it, and thank you to staff for prioritizing it. Having that, I'll move.
Yes, we have your
acceptance.
first. Do we have a second?
Dan will second.
All right. Darren, I agree with you on that, and I do appreciate the extra time and expense that the district has taken in working with the neighborhood there to be sure that the fencing doesn't preclude use of certain parts of our outdoor facilities when school is not in session. So thank you, and I know that was a part of this change order. I appreciate it, and I know those neighbors do as well. Okay, all in favor? Aye. That carries unanimously, thank you. Item H7, approval of change order to the award for roofing project at Barnett Elementary School, project bid number 2022-2.
Members of the board, this is another change order. The roofing project at Barnett was approved by the governing board back in February of 2022. And it was for the amount of $540,000. But due to unforeseen issues with the gutter system and ventilation and the surrounding pitch roofs, authorization was given to encapsulate the failed gutter system to allow for future seamless gutter systems to be installed in the amount of $33,650. And something we found out when we were looking into this change order, because it was so old, is that any time a school goes out for a public bid process, the board should always approve the amount of any change order.
Okay,
So this is an action item.
all right,
Question.
thank you. Yeah.
This is to repair the roofs for a gutter system, but it does not include the installation of the gutter system.
I'm asking Matt. That's why Matt's our maintenance manager's here.
Current gutter system that was embedded into the pitched roof at Barnett. At whatever point in time they decided it was best to cover that gutter system, and no gutter system was added back on, but because of the integrity of the existing gutter system, it was best to cover it up and plan for future gutters installed.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
I move approval.
Thank you, Maya.
I'll second.
Thank you, Dan. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item H8, approval of change order to the award for roofing change order to the award for roofing projects at Ramona Elementary School, Olive Pierce Middle School, and Ramona High School. Project bid number 2023-11.
Members of the board, this is the last change order of the night. And again, anything that goes, any change order requires the board approval. So even though this isn't 10%, we are required to bring it to you for approval. For our current roofing project at Ramona Elementary, OPMS, Ramona High, this was approved back in June of 2023 for the amount of $1,076,128. There was additional unforeseen framework and shutter systems that were under the skylights at Ramona High School on the I-wing, and additional labor and material were required to safely demo the shutter systems and frame out the skylights to be covered. The additional time and labor was an increase of $4,921.88, and this is an action item.
Thank you very much. Do we have a motion?
I'll move approval.
Thank you, Roger.
A second.
Thank you, Maya. Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
That motion carries unanimously.
Just have a quick question.
Yes.
Melissa, I just want to confirm that all of our construction projects at all of our sites are subject to prevailing wage, right?
I think so.
Yeah. Which really does add to the cost significantly. Probably, labor costs are probably at least double when we are subject to prevailing wage. So we see high numbers, but I want to thank staff for doing their best to keep those high numbers as low as possible. But there's just, given the climate in which we are forced to work, prevailing wage is a reality and we have to pay it. We have no choice. So thanks for doing your best to keep it low. I think we understand that it's a lot of money. You know, $250,000 on fencing. Well,
Oh, yeah.
prevailing wage is part of that.
Yep.
A good part of that.
Yeah,
So,
for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Did we call that one? Okay, thanks very much.
Yeah, we did. We
All right,
approved it.
item H9, approval of acceptance of gifts.
Okay, members of the board, we're very fortunate to have 3 gifts to ask for board approval tonight. The first one is we had a lot of tools donated from DeWalt Tools, and the estimated amount was $4,880.39, and this was for the Montecito CTE construction program. The next one is us donated a check in the amount of $12,420 for flooring at Ramona Elementary School. And the last one is American Heart Association donated a check in the amount of $2,500 to replace an AED for Ramona High School. This is an action item.
Very nice, thank you. Do we have a motion?
I move approval.
Thank you, Roger.
A second.
Thank you, Maya. All in favor?
Aye.
That carries unanimously. Thank you so much
Thank
for the
you.
generous gifts from all of these parties involved. These are really important for our school district. All right, next section is district operations, and our first order of business is first reading of recommended changes to bylaw 9270, conflict of interest.
Yes, thank you, President Perfect. Members of the board, the Political Reform Act requires each public agency in California to adopt a conflict of interest code. This is related to the Form 700s that we fill out annually. We also have to notify the San Diego County Board of Supervisors if there's amendments that need to be made, and we have to do that notification every 2 years, minimally. That the positions and titles designated in our current bylaw 9270 conflict of interest are out of date, need to be amended to accommodate the new positions and title changes. So you'll see our board policy was adopted in 2004. It hasn't been reported to the Board of Supervisors for over 20 years. So we are getting back on track, adding all of the applicable positions, and moving forward with this change.
Thank you. Do the Board of Supervisors know that we're supposed to be doing this?
They receive our updates. and they're-
Or not.
They interact, right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, are they gonna see this and say, why are they sending us this?
And to some
Maybe.
extent, yes.
Okay.
Yes, they already have, and they've noted a couple of our positions that we have to do some special
Yeah.
things for to
Yeah,
get
okay.
compliant. So we're in the process of doing that now.
I see the updated list, that's good, thank you.
Mhm.
All right, so this is discussion possible action, and obviously I had some comments. Does anyone else have anything to say about this? Yeah, go for it. You wanna make a motion?
I move approval.
Thank you, Roger.
A second.
All right. Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
That carries unanimously. Thank you for working on that. Item I2 is approval of resolution number 2023-2024-7, adopting an amended conflict of interest code.
Thank you, President Perfect. The amended conflict of interest code is not effective until it's been approved by the San Diego Board of Supervisors. we're requesting that the board approve this resolution so that we can send that on and after adopting this amended conflict of interest code.
Okay. It looks pretty basic.
Yeah, I move approval.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
That carries unanimously. All right. Item I3, presentation of facilities analysis.
Thank you.
I think we have a handout here.
Yes, we sure
Okay.
do. And we have Jeff Blordorn with us. He's right outside. While he's coming in, I'll tell you a little bit about Dixon Smart Schoolhouse. Jeff, thank you. Welcome. Appreciate your patience. We have contracted with Dixon Smart Schoolhouse, and Jeff is an associate with Mr. Joe Dixon, who's been an assistant super facilities in Santa Ana. He's past chair for the Coalition for Adequate School Housing, also known as CASH. He's served as a board member for the Santa Ana Chamber of Commerce, serving on the Government Affairs Council, as well as member of Santa Ana's Oversight Committee for Successor Agency, also to the former Redevelopment Agency. He's taught facility maintenance and operations and transportation at Cal State University Fullerton for 11 years. He is very significant in the whole CASH program academy that is facilities instruction and education for CBOs, and he was the founder of the CASH Maintenance Certificate Program. So Jeff and Joe work together as they visit schools. Jeff, both gentlemen visited our sites. Jeff has done extensive work on this report. He's going to go through these and kind of refer to two. We've got one with a lot of the pictures of some concerns, and then another one that has some of the cost details. And then Jeff is open for questions from the board.
Okay.
So thank you for being here.
Good evening. Thanks for having me. I would like to start with saying that when I started walking the sites, from the time we started in March to now, there obviously has been a significant increase in the work that's happening. Dr. Thurman's vision, Melissa's planning, and then Matt's execution. It's nice to see that those things are moving in the right direction, and a lot of the stuff that we observed is actually now being fixed or in the process of being fixed as we went through this. So some of the stuff is a little bit following what you guys are doing in terms of the projects that you're there, but I just wanted to point out that you guys are definitely moving in the right direction thanks to the help that you guys have.
Thank you.
So, I'm not going to read every slide. I think that would be a waste of everybody's time. I'm going to try to be a little bit more exciting than the book adoption and stuff like that. So, sorry.
You weren't into that?
Sorry. I heard it all. Yeah, it was great. A lot of this stuff is just roundabout trying to figure out where to start. So it's like eating an elephant in a lot of ways. How do you eat an elephant? It's one bite at a time. The process of going through a district and trying to determine the gleaming light or the gleaming problem in the district or at each site is difficult from first observance. It takes some time to go through things like that and really identify areas of need and concern and stuff like that for a safe and clean and functional school. The pictures, this isn't a matter of trying to blast anybody in terms of what's happening at the site. These are just observations. I have like 1,200 pictures that we took, so these were just snapshots of saying, hey, remember these as we're going through. So this is not intended to beat up on the schools, beat up on anyone. One of the best employees that I saw while we were here sitting behind us, I don't remember her name, but she definitely was awesome. I was very impressed with her and what she's doing at her site to keep the site alive. So kudos to you, and I apologize I don't remember her name.
You're not gonna hurt her feelings.
I think she's here to watch me, so that's even better. So this overview is really just to point out the site and identify that. Like I said, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this part. These are part of the problems. These are some of the things that we witness. A lot of it is just aging schools, quite frankly. You have a lot of issues with stucco, adherence of stucco, It has a lot to do with what they did in the middle of the time frame that they did the stucco work in terms of how it adheres or kept adhering to the substrate. So it's not a problem that is just inherent to your district, it's inherent to any district of that age. I'm just literally blowing through these because the next one is what I would, the next show or slideshow is what I would like to spend some time on. You have the other one. Does anyone have any questions about these? I don't mean to blow through them that quickly, but it literally anyone walking through the school sites would see these problematic areas.
Not at this time. Yes.
Yeah. Yep, that's it. Pardon me? With the mouse? Oh, okay, I get you.
Oh, yeah. It's not a PowerPoint.
I also wanted to point out Mike Lumet, who helped in doing a lot of this stuff too. He's in the back. All right, that's super fuzzy, but we'll do our best we can. Same thing. Obviously, we started in May. We started looking at everything that was going on, looking through the schools as if they were sort of our own schools. So Joe and Mike and I come from a school background, looking at the facilities as what we would do and how we would sort of conquer the age-old problem of fixing the school back to its newness, which is pretty much impossible given the current state of funding that this state gives us. These numbers that reflect on each of the school sites, so there's a ton of information here, and I'm going to blow through these until I get to the master slide that has a sort of an overview showing the totality of the district. So there's a couple different things that happen here. There's, I'm not sure why it's so blurred. Oh, here, this is much better. That one's gnarly. There's some rough order magnitude stuff that talks about the site in terms of what it would need to get back to a safe, clean, and functioning school district, or school rather. And then as you go through, you can see that there's a 5-year action plan, which is essentially a deferred maintenance plan, which helps you sort of adjust or set up financially how you would tackle a school if you had a 5-year plan to do so.
Is there a list somewhere of what would be included in that number?
There is.
Okay.
There is. And a lot of these start with, so there's a section of how do you get to a number, which will be something that I'm sure someone will ask. Is you take, as you're doing a 10,000 foot survey like this, you're taking square foot numbers and then using a multiplier to get to that number. The only, probably the biggest thing there is that number changes obviously with inflation, sometimes monthly, depending upon what's happening. So your roofing, for example, fluctuates with oil pricing, asphalt, all of those things are commodity driven in a lot of ways. So a lot of times, most of the time, the numbers that you put down as soon as the ink dries is almost dead. So it's a kind of a balancing act in terms of what you have to plan for and what the future will hold as far as getting those funding or getting that funding available. Same thing, so we broke these down into each school as a way to break down what the needs and the costs for are at each school. Again, we could go through each one of these individually, but I would rather do this. So this is one of the sheets as you break it down and you show it as a totality for the district. And what this would show you is if everything was great and you could do it, the bottom line would be about $24 million to get you into that realm. Most districts have a list just like this. I would say probably every district has a list like this that is unobtainable. It's physically impossible to do that, which starts to beg the question of what do you do then? So it's just like your house, you know, you need a bunch of things at your house. You do what you can when you can afford it. You don't necessarily, most people can't necessarily do everything that's needed as it's broken or as it breaks. So you budget for things like that, you prepare for things like that, and you start, like I said earlier, one bite at a time. Identifying the worst problem and then going off of a 5-year list like this, okay, you say, well, Ramona Community is the worst, so that would be the first, and then you start to categorize each item as it is from like a 1 to 10 scale, or in your case, a 1 to a 9 scale. And so that's how you sort of catalog the costs, and then you sort of roll those through as the 5-year plan goes through. No district that I've ever heard of can roll through their 5-year plan. Once upon a time, the state was pretty open to giving you funding. Only 2 years that I can recall, they even gave you 100% matching. And so that money all got shifted away when we went into LCAP, and so it was supposed to be pushed back in, and a lot of districts didn't really do that. So there was an idea, the Leroy Green Act went into play and did this. It's sort of diminished as the LCAP came in. And then this spreadsheet represents all 4 of the items that are on these sheets that are individual. So we broke it down per site, so you can kind of look at a snapshot for each site, and then we broke it down to show all of them in this sort of a range. And so you can start to see pieces and parts. I can't read that number, but that number's huge too. So this is also a number that's probably impossible to get to, and certainly this number is impossible to get to. So then it starts with, well, what do you do now? And so I think that your district has done a great job of capitalizing on ESSER funds. Not sure about the grants because I can't speak to those. I'm not sure what you guys are going after in terms of grants. But I think as I look at it, you're definitely in need of repairs that are probably going to be more than what you're getting for routine and restricted maintenance. Each school or some schools had window tinting or windows that had failed. They were Lexan glass. Once upon a time that was supposed to be better than glass because it was safer. It's obviously delaminating. You can't even see out of some of the windows at some of the schools. You have things like that would be big ticket items that wouldn't generally come out of routine restricted funds. The other part, obviously, one of the bigger issues is indoor air quality. So you have a bunch of indoor air quality type things as you have stucco gaps that are open and windows that aren't sealed properly. You have a potential for some indoor air quality issues that would be, obviously impact the student learning environment as well as the teacher happiness in a lot of ways. These are some of these is essentially, as we walk through, just so everyone kind of knows what we did. We did the best that we could from a visual, walking through and looking at everything. Where we could, we would talk to the principal, certainly walked with the custodian, and then gathered a bunch of information from them as we built lists like this. So again, I mean, I can read all these to you, but I think that would be kind of silly. I don't know. I think the single biggest glaring thing that I got as a district whole was access. So ADA access at your sites, at pretty much all of your sites, are a liability, I guess, for lack of better words, a significant liability. So as you were to have, if you had a student that was incapable of getting from one spot to another, you would have a serious potential lawsuit, some serious issues, even at the school next door, getting to the welding shop, things like that, difficult to get to in most cases as a path of travel relates.
Jeff, I have a question on, and we've spent some time talking about this, and you touched on a little bit, well, kind of two. One, with your facility development experience, what are you aware of? I see the 5-year action plan, the sites from as little as 1.2 up to 7.1 per site, 24.6 million. The long-term plan is 41.8. And we know funding each year does not make a dent in this. Can you explain a little bit of your experience with matching funds on what you've seen in other places as an example? Just because we've never taken advantage of that, and I'm just curious your experience and how you've seen that used.
I think there's obviously in this November, well, not obviously, but maybe you do or do not know. This November, there's a bond that's initiative for a school bond that's several $billion. That is technically, it doesn't tax anyone. It comes out of the general fund. So what the governor is trying to do is float another bond that would go back to schools. And what happens is, as a district prepares for that, they can get on a list, and then there's a matching 60-40. It used to be 50-50, now it's 60-40. Who knows what this one will be? And if you're on the list and you have certificates that will get you reimbursed, you would get reimbursed. It's almost like if somebody sold you a gas card or gave you a gas card, you'd be able to buy gas for 50% of the price. You'd take it if you could. The disadvantage is you have to have the funds that match it. So you can't just take the money. It's a reimbursable, and so you have to put the money out in order to get it. But the good part is it stretches your dollar twice, basically. So a lot of districts take advantage of that when they can. And what you do is you just develop a plan, you submit it. They're taking the plans now. They're not looking at anything, but OPSC is accepting applications now on projects, even though they didn't pass the bond, which is pretty unique. But they're that confident it's going to pass. It failed miserably 3 years ago or whatever, but this year or next year they're thinking it's going to pass, and they're gearing up for it.
So was it a mistake then for us to go on and do, a lot of money on roofing right now when we don't have a match?
Not at all, because you could get reimbursed for all this.
Okay.
So what you do is you develop the plan, you create the plan, you submit the plan, and then you start to get reimbursed for stuff that you did previously. So no, not at all. And in a lot of ways, it preps you, if you guys are interested in doing a bond or going for a bond, it preps you for the cannons that come at you and say you haven't done anything to the school. Oh, yes, we have. We've done a bunch of stuff to the school, but we don't have enough money to do everything that the schools require.
So are you saying then that some of the things, like we approved some things tonight, that we would see some of that money back again just based on what we've done already, as long as we apply to the state for reimbursement?
Yes and no. So if you have there's a certain requirement that needs to be done in terms of providing drawings, get all the paperwork. So you could build the case that you've spent the money and you could get reimbursed for it. The section that I would lean more onto is the items here that are above and beyond what you're spending now. So the items that not to dismiss what you guys are doing, but the items above and beyond what you guys have done. But yes, in certain circumstances, you can get reimbursed for them.
So I see a shaking head no on this side. For the stuff we've already. Got the microphone.
The stuff we've already done was approved back at the end of last school year, like to do the huge $1 million roofing project. So this is different. So we've done roofings at several of our school sites already. So this would be above and beyond there.
I understand that these would be above and beyond, but can we get some reimbursement for what we've
From my
been
understanding
doing
is
over
no.
the past year?
Whatever we're presenting, we wouldn't get reimbursement for, because this was that would be in the next school year, not for last school year. And he doesn't have all the details of when we had things board approved for our different projects.
My understanding, though, that the dollars are available for application. Nothing's guaranteed, but I know that we can submit both expenses that we use bond dollars for, or our regular funds for reimbursement. It's really up to them. I guess my question is, with the 60-40, are we expected, as past state bonds have been, to have the hardship and the modernization categories? I know there's a big CTE component to this upcoming bond.
There's a huge CTE part, so the main part of the governor's bill is a CTE program. That's sort of the buzzword with this particular bond. And so there will be grants available to the districts that apply for those. And there's a lot of districts moving in that direction. And so certainly, if you're headed that direction, it would be something that I would certainly suggest that you do.
Okay.
There's a ton of money out there for those type of facilities, and there's a lot of districts that know that it's coming, that haven't really set up, and they're not pivoting, I guess, fast enough to do that. And there's a lot of districts that had a lot of ESSER funds that did a lot of the things that they didn't, a lot of districts are doing playgrounds, for example. So districts, typically playgrounds are sort of low on the list in terms of what's physically needed for a school. But a lot of districts have done things like that that then throw them off of stuff that they would ordinarily be doing. And so they're not pivoting fast enough to be, in my opinion, not pivoting as they should to get out there and get ahead of the application process for the CTE stuff.
So that was one of the things that was brought up at the conference, is that there's also matching or incentive dollars from the federal government for solar. And if you have a Title I site, then the reimbursement is up to 60% of the project. So if we did this, we get that, we would get that money, plus we would get the California money. That it would literally be free. But that would be for schools that were Title I for solar projects. So that's what I was like, we really should kind of consider doing something.
I have a question. I don't see anything about the district office on here. Was that a conscious choice to leave it off, or is it just an error? Because I think the district office has some needs.
It definitely has some needs. The idea was to show the needs in terms of schools, students sitting at desks before we went into, obviously, the district office.
And I can appreciate that. Thank you. I just want to find out, was there a method to?
The method was really to say, look, this is if you built a district office before you did all of this, you'd probably not be, there'd be meetings a lot later than this one.
What is it? The cart
so
before the horse?
the idea was to try and take a snapshot of students at desks first.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, there are some items noted on the back page.
Support facilities.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So this particular building, we could apply for a historic preservation grant, as well as
Ramona Elementary?
Ramona Elementary, the main building,
Yeah.
It's funny.
Jeff, will there be kind of regulations put out with the state bond, especially concerning modernization and hardship type categories?
I'm not
Do
sure.
you know, like, just several other bonds that I've looked at or been a part of had significant dollars for hardship, meaning no previous bonds for 5 years.
Yeah,
And modernization, if they hadn't done.
I'm not an expert in trying to obtain or try and
Okay.
ascertain what certificates you would get or what you would be eligible for. But certainly, if you've not done a bond and your district is at a certain age, you are eligible for a lot of the things that other districts would ordinarily have gotten already. And so, yes, I would say if I had to guess, I would say pretty much every check mark you guys could check, you could check. And that would put you in a really good position. And so I think trying to figure out, what's available, what are the matching funds, how suitable is it, what does this look like, what does this mean if we start to tell people what we're doing or start to do stuff like that. Leaving money on the table for the next bond, I think, I don't know. I think it'd be crazy not to go after, or at least try to go after some of that money that's just literally sitting there waiting for districts like yourself.
Thank you very much.
Do you think it would behoove our district to hire a grant writer, somebody who is familiar with the whole, whatever is available out there, somebody who could pursue the places where we are eligible for
100%.
additional funds?
100%.
And we've done that.
Yeah,
We didn't have great success.
In theory, this isn't really grant writing. In theory, this is going after available funds and having people that know what's happening in Sacramento and knowing where your district is and what you're eligible for. And then, in a sense, setting you up for success based on what's coming, what's there, and what would you do. In a lot of cases, you may not apply, it may not make sense right now, but it will make sense in a year or 2 years. And you set yourself up for that now, so that when you're ready, you're just ready to go. And yes, I would say yes.
Yeah, Jeff and Joe both kind of talked a little bit about money that we're eligible for that needs writing for, that is not cheap to do, but sort of an investment in the future dollars that are available, so something that we can talk more about. I appreciated your guys' conversation.
And the
on that.
other, just like as a CTE component, it just looking, kind of thinking outside of the box, the section of the area that is probably the most notable ADA access is that wood shop, or excuse me, the welding shop off to the side at Ramona High School. And Dr. Thurman and Joe and I were talking about, well, CTE, you could potentially kill maybe 2 or 3 birds with one stone, and that you could, in a sense, recreate that space, potentially move the buses there, have a diesel CTE program, and really start thinking globally on what that would mean for you guys in terms of having a CTE program that would be a diesel mechanic certification that would incorporate your fleet, the students, and the workforce that you guys already have, which would be very unique. I don't know of any other district that's done that or thought of that, but it would certainly fit well into your program, and then essentially take care of some potentially ADA issues that you have in terms of access to that point.
Okay. Other questions? Roger, anything?
No, I brought it.
Dan?
No, thank you for your very thorough presentation and your research that went into it.
So I have a question for the board. Is this something that these projects feel strongly enough that we should get a board workshop on the calendar so that we can take a look at these, prioritize some of these, come up with an attainable list? And when I say attainable, we're clearly gonna have a wish list, but we're also gonna have a needs list. What can we do, and develop a strategy on how to attain these? And I think it's worth burrowing in as a board to try to not only they've identified it, but start strategizing on how we reach the goal.
So we have had a task list before, not too long ago. As part of that conversation, I'd like to see that task list and how we've done with it, right? Did we make progress? I think we have. I know we have. So I'd like to see what that progress is, in addition to these ideas.
Yeah, is that, I think that's probably a couple hours. And do we want to dedicate a couple hours of that during a regular board meeting, or do we want to schedule a workshop?
Yeah, let's think about that a little bit. I mean, I see this list and I hear bond conversation. For me, not so much right now. I do not want to see a bond where we talk about peeling stucco and leaky roofs again. I realize that we have some needs in the community, but that has been proven to be a losing strategy here. And when I see this list, sure, it's discouraging to see dollar value to these that's unrealistic for us, even with a bond, even with some matching dollars, and that doesn't address some of the, I guess we could say wish list things that have been discussed here, like improved CTE facilities, and that's not here. And we've had some community pressure about aquatics of some sort. And, the word bond keeps getting mentioned here at our school board meetings with regard to an aquatics center. And that's not here. So, yeah, we probably need to look at this. I'll be studying it at home, to get familiar with what these items are and the price tags that are associated. And sure, we can have a workshop on this. But it would take a lot for me to get excited about a bond for these items.
Only these items, and
Right.
I would say,
Yeah.
not sure I agree 100%.
Yeah.
But, and that's okay.
Yeah.
But you brought up some important topic, which is our CTE needs.
Right.
Our CTE program is really doing well.
Yeah.
With some challenging
Yeah,
facilities.
substandard facilities for sure. Yeah.
And, you know, I'm not about keeping up with the Joneses, but I drive past El Capitan High School regularly and see their ag program and see the facilities that they have, see the facilities that they have available for their ag students. And I see what our culinary arts classes do with some Spartan conditions. And they do great work, and we're producing some really, really good students. How could we soar with, I'm not even saying fantastic, I'm saying high quality facilities. Look what our automotive program does. And we see their facility, it's very visible at the high school. And it, think of what we could do if we modernize that in this community where we have people who are going into the blue collar workforce, and our trades program. They do a lot with very little.
We had to scrimp and save to put together any sort of decent thing for Montecito High School's construction
and they
trades.
soar.
Yeah.
Where would we be if we provided them quality facility, quality facility? So I'm interested in engaging in that conversation. I'm not out on a bond. I'm more in on a bond than I am out. I understand the conversation in this community, but if we focus on our needs, not our wants, and if we focus on the blue collar community and preparing students for college or career. I mean, a diesel mechanic makes probably $60 an hour. We know what plumbers make. We know what we pay for plumbers and electricians to come to our homes.
You should see what the employer actually charges for
We
that.
know what we get charged.
Not just what the employee
for
gets.
employees who install fences.
Yeah.
So, you know, and we owe that to our students. We really do, to prepare them for life, not college. Life. College is an option, career is an option, but we're
Well, it's
we need to be
definitely
in that
worth,
business.
it's definitely worth having a more detailed conversation once the board has looked at this a little bit. Does anyone else want to weigh in on this about
Yeah, I'd like
what
to.
we've been presented and what we might want to do
I'd
with
like
it?
to weigh in.
Yeah.
When Superintendent Thurman got here, he did an evaluation of all of our campuses. It's one of the first things he wanted to do. And this is what was produced. We know what's wrong with our infrastructure with this report. Now the issue is, how do we get funding to fix it? We have some things going for us. We are a school district that hasn't had a bond in a great deal of time, and we have significant needs. And as I think our status can compete for grants from the state and the feds ahead of other schools, but we need to get on the ball and make these requests, because we're in far worse condition than many of the other schools that are competing for that money. We should be on the top of that list, and if we're not pursuing that money, it's on us. We need to get busy, and whoever it is that can find that money, they will more than pay for themselves.
You know, we had a presentation last board meeting about the condition of the facility at Ramona Elementary. And remember, the conversation was, okay, we're a strong C over there. We don't expect C work out of our students. We should give them better than C facilities.
I agree.
And I would just.
And
oh,
wait,
sorry.
and I think that this is well worth our time to have the board get together and address these topics. I think it's well worth our time. This is our primary issue at the moment.
So I think Roger had
sorry,
something. That's okay.
I can wait.
Oh, I was just gonna add, I don't believe any district goes after every single need in a bond. The obligation of a school district is appeal to the community. I think at least what I heard Jeff saying today, and we've sort of had some of these conversations, I think there's a way to blend what the community has expressed concern about with many of these issues that would, I think he said, kill two birds with one stone, you know, where we can fix some of our access issues, which are significant liability issues, while responding to some of the community issues in development of our current properties and current structures altogether. And it's a balancing act, but you know, and that comes through whether it's a advisory committee, a finance committee that's looking how to put these things together. But I think any district that goes out and gets bonds finds that sweet spot of community input and interest and needs, and we're not going to get it all done in one time, but we can make progress. And these are, I think, the opportunities we're talking about tonight are very significant, that can make an absolute significant change for our students and our community moving forward. Will it solve everything here? Absolutely not, but make a significant dent, I believe, absolutely.
So I just wanted to add that if you look at the way the economy is right now, people are struggling. So the first thing that you would think is, this is not a good time, and that's actually not true. When the economy is struggling, when people don't have money, is exactly when the time is, when you do it. And here's why. And I only know this because I raise a lot of money, and at the same time, I worked in the entertainment business, and this is something that we were taught, that when people are struggling, the entertainment always does better. They'll have their highest amount of income, of gross income. And it's because when people are feeling bad and they don't have anything, they want to spend more. And they do. It's kind of funny, actually. And so, in this case, this is the time to do it, but I think that we have to change the way we think. It's not about our needs. That's the last thing we want to sell. This is where I agree with Dawn. If we sell our needs, nobody's going to give us money. We've done that over and over again, and I can tell you, based upon where everybody is, people want to have joy in life when life sucks. Don't quote me in the paper on that. I don't want to be a Dan Lopez, life sucks. Or
Paper
whatever.
doesn't come in here
Yeah,
anymore.
but with that said, you have to identify or get people to want things. Oh, I want a diesel program. I want this. Things that they would never, ever have. That's when a bond is going to sell. So the CT idea is perfect, but we have to identify things that we don't have that we can bring in. The other good thing that we have going on for us is we started in the beginning of the 2000s, which college. That was the big selling point. But we now know that not everybody is successful going to college. It's true. But we now have this whole shift about, oh, you need to go into the vocations, and there's big money there. And we are not selling it, not like we should. So we have the opportunity to sell that and say, look, there's these huge high-paying jobs. And if you go into these jobs, you do an apprenticeship program, when you come out, you're going to make this money. Oh, did you notice that's more than a college graduate makes? I mean, it's really true. And so I'm sitting here and like, this is a perfect time. Anyways.
Okay, so, Maya, you've been quiet. Anything to say right now? Okay. Do we agree that we want to meet and talk about this list and anything else that we might want to raise money to cover?
I'm in favor.
I'm in favor.
Yeah, you're good with that, Maya? Public conversation? Roger, you too? Okay, and if bond is part of our conversation, then this needs to happen soon. There's a pretty tight timeline that we would need to follow moving forward if we were to try and have a bond on the next, general election ballot. So, after the first of the year, but not too much after, we'll start working on calendaring, all right? So, maybe Brian, you can start generating some dates to look at?
Yep.
Okay. All right, and we'll make our way through this. Thank you for the
Thank you.
report, lots of
Thank you so
information,
much.
thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. appreciate you traveling up.
Okay. Yeah, we are now on item I4, and that's superintendent's report.
All right. Good evening, President Perfect, board members, members of the public. Thank you for sticking around. Get to the end here. We're welcome to our last board meeting of 2023. I'm very grateful for all the amazing experiences that our RUSD staff has provided our students throughout this year. I reflect back to so many times I walked into a room, walked into a game, walked into a art show, just thinking, wow, so impressed with the work our staff does. Just consistently pushing, guiding, leading our students towards continuous improvement in the classrooms, athletic fields, in the pool, the gymnasium, with their animals, their art, music, cooking, their cheer, all their leadership roles where I've seen them throughout the community. Also grateful for our trustees and the time we recently spent up at CSBA conference, California School Boards, and just watching their desire to learn and grow, ask questions. More than once I was within earshot of them encouraging another brand new board member in another district and just asking how it's going and giving them input and helping them grow in that way. It's just commendable and exciting to see that influence and leadership being shared. Right now we have coming up on the winter sports season. There's a lot of great things going on out there. We've got boys and girls basketball, boys and girls soccer games, boys and girls wrestling matches, and water polo going on right now. I would just encourage anyone to go check one of those games out. I love going and watching our students perform and seeing their parents get excited. It takes me back to my boys' days. I regret that our district band concert's going on tonight. Really hoping to see that in the future. Get to see them practicing a lot, but haven't been to a performance yet because it's usually during a board meeting, so we'll work on that. Since this is our last meeting of the year, I want to take some time to honor someone with us who's done some remarkable work over the last year and in previous years, but specifically during this last year within our cabinet, and who unfortunately won't be returning to us in the new year. Melissa Satterley, sitting right over here. I won't look at her right now, but she's an RHS graduate, started working here last March, came to us March of 23, just not even that long ago, and her first her first days in this role were excruciatingly, I don't really think that's a word, I tried to look it up, but excruciatingly busy, and I mean 8 days a week, just getting things ready for us. Second interim was due a week after she was officially named. Brought that in, just did extensive evaluation and looking at where we were. She continued to pursue other challenges in the district: roofs, fencing, budgets, supplies, compensation, etc. Within the district, worked seamlessly with our cabinet team to make significant contributions through the end of last school year, continued into the summer, continuing through this school year as well. So we're just extremely grateful for her dedicated work ethic, her ability to smile in the midst of the craziness and in cabinet meetings, in the midst of all of the hard work. We've been appreciative of her attention to detail when it comes to meeting the needs of our students throughout the district. And I've seen her look at money closely depending on needs of a student and weighing all of that rather than just being a cookie cutter CBO. So we're going to miss her positive attitude, her willingness to have fun, but most of all her dedication to the students here. And so we absolutely wish her well. We are sad to see her go. We absolutely understand. Think you're going to be very successful in your future endeavor. And just in closing, I want to wish all of our staff and students, our families, and the greater community here just a wonderful holiday break with plenty of rest, relaxation, hopefully fun with family and friends. And I'm already looking forward to January 8th, believe it or not. So this first day of the 2024 year. So thank you all very much, and board, and especially our cabinet team. We saw their amazing work tonight and input, and then of course Karina as well, who really makes all of this happen. So that's it.
Very nice, thank you. Okay, board reports. So, Dan.
I'll be brief. The night is moving on. I went to the football banquet last Sunday up at Wells Park by the rodeo grounds. Coach Baldwin, his staff, a lot of the moms of the players were all there. They had a catered barbecue. The food was fantastic. The atmosphere was electric. I've never heard of a football team that had 17 players named to the All-League at different levels. 17 of our football players made All-League. And we would have done further in the playoffs had we not had all those significant injuries. It was a fantastic football season. It was a wonderful banquet. And I'm looking forward to next year. I'm looking forward to spring ball. That's it.
All right, very good, Dan, thank you. Roger?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of echo some things that Brian said, just in the attitude of gratitude this year. I want to first just thank all the teachers for being willing to take the time to go through, I think, a little bit of difficulty about questioning about curriculum, and being able to stay the course and to help us in this process. As you already know, it's not an easy process, so thank you for doing that. And I would say, you know, in the climate that we have today, things are being questioned. We're getting lots of questions, and so we're looking at everything differently. And I don't think that's a bad thing. And so thank you for doing that. Also, I want to thank the cabinet, specifically Brian, for taking on the role of superintendent. I know it's been a little difficult at first because it's totally new, but I really appreciate your candor and your positive attitude, and the small amount of time I've been able to spend with you, even on the subway. Yeah, just how caring you are with people, and being just willing to learn and let people know that you care. I mean, it's very obvious, and I've heard staff members say the same thing about you, and that's very you know, we're all very appreciative for that attitude that you bring in your leadership, which is very important, I feel. And I want to thank Tony for taking the role, being in HR. I know that was probably very difficult, switching from being the principal, because I know that you passionately love that job. But at the same time, I know that you're focusing on your family and the needs of the family too. And you're definitely a good fit in this role, and you're making a huge difference here in Ramona. And with Melissa leaving, that was kind of a surprise. But I wish you good luck in where you're going, and maybe you can train a whole bunch of long line of people coming this way, because we're probably going to need them all. You know, so thank you for that. And we don't have our student reps here, but I know Hannah's not going to be around, but I really appreciate everything that Hannah's done. I think she's been a really great example, like truly. And so I look forward to the new person. And Leslie, I skipped you on purpose just so you would think I would not say anything about you. But you know, oh, is that what it is? No, just I really do appreciate the how do you say it, no nonsense approach that you take to everything. You're very analytical, and I appreciate that. But at the same time, you're very creative about the way that you go about doing things and making sure that things get done, and a 100% focus on students. And that's where I am. And sometimes not everybody understands when you make a decision because it's focused on students, and so we have to just kind of pause and listen and try to take it in with that lens. So I recognize that, and I appreciate that very much. And thank you, Karina, for being our huge support and everything. I really appreciate you being there, and being able to listen to us and the needs that we have. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Darren?
I'd like to call out Mr. Gunderson and the staff from Ramona Elementary for their presentation tonight. Great job. It's always really nice to hear of successes going on. Young man who did the Pledge of Allegiance for us. Where I introduced myself, good for a handshake with the straight guy, and introduced himself, and I was
He sure did.
with his tie.
Mm-hmm.
So please tell Mr. Gunderson, thank you very much for.
Gunnett? Yep.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gunnett, for what he did tonight. We had two teachers here that are in their last year speak before this board with incredible passion. They're in their last year. They've been doing it for a long, long time. And the fact that they took time out of their day and they are still engaged. There's a lot of people in their careers who are not engaged in their last 6 months. And it just goes as an example of the dedication that teachers in general have and our teachers specifically here have. So thanks very much. Mrs. Brainerd, thanks for your patience in the adoption process. Sometimes we tested it, and I get it. But I think it was important for this board and cabinet to go through the process that we went through so that you have better board members, so that we have a high quality product. Adopting curriculum and the textbooks is something that we have to take very seriously. It's impactful for probably the next 20 years. I look forward to when we get to challenge staff to adopt more. Had a conversation with a 7th grade history teacher today, and he said the book that I'm teaching out of doesn't have 9/11 in it. And I went, shame on us. Shame on us. So bring it, please, challenge us to get better as a board. And then I appreciate this board because we've had some robust discussions, and sometimes we disagree, but we're not disagreeable. And I appreciate that from everybody here. And then happy holidays to everybody. Thank you for the staff for such hard work. Enjoy the break. Come back ready to go, and I know we will. So thanks very much.
All right, very good, Darren, thank you. Maya?
Well, Roger said everything I had been thinking, and he expressed it beautifully, maybe more than I could have. So I appreciate everything you said because that's beautifully expressed. Also, I just want to share some idea I have been thinking about. Roger was talking about CTE, Darren was talking about blue-collar workers, and I know we're training some technical skills in our school district. I was wondering if it's a good idea. Maybe not. Maybe we can explore it. But what we added business course for those blue-collar workers that we're training, so they can not only join the workforce in a corporate world, but maybe have those skills and use them in the business of their own, so they can go private, not corporate, and be their own bosses. And I talked to another school board member elsewhere, and he mentioned that he was exploring this, and I was wondering, how do you do that? He said, oh, there are already California standards for that. I thought, oh, really? So I looked it up. And there are California standards for businesses. Some of them are very academic heavy, but I looked and saw that, for example, business CTE, and also short and concise, and the most practical ones, I was thinking entrepreneurship course and a basic accounting course. And those three were very short in the standards and very simple. So I was thinking something for those are people who are not academically driven that much, who are hands-on, something for them to learn in addition to their technical skills, because of those CTE courses they're taking not 4 years, they're taking maybe 1 year, one course, another year, another course. They learn several skills. Why don't they learn how to run their own business with those skills? I don't know if that's something worth exploring. And it doesn't require any special equipment. It just, I don't know, maybe classroom, so no heavy machinery involved, no special equipment.
Leslie will be reading about it later on tonight.
No, it's a great idea, and it also.
Business CTE, of
Yeah,
course.
it's also, it can be a CTSO, and there is a competition that you can compete in annually.
Something simple. Accounting, entrepreneurship, and business for those kids. And
Yeah, and we have had some courses like that in the past, but I just haven't heard that we're offering them now. So it's probably a good time to look at that.
And we don't have to invent anything. There are already standards on the
Right.
California Department of Education website.
Well, remember Darren was talking about what some of these jobs pay, and I mentioned, you know, you should see what the employers are actually billing.
Yeah, exactly. The kids
for
can
that,
keep it,
right?
can keep it all to themselves.
Quite a bit
If
more
they
than
knew
the
how.
employees getting paid, right?
And we know, we just saw the change orders.
Yeah, right, right. Good idea, Maya, yeah. Did you have more?
No, that's
Okay, well, that's really good, thank you. Because it's getting late, it's almost 11, and I'm hoping that we will be out of here before midnight, because we do need to go back to closed session. I will be brief in my remarks. I heard some great things tonight from Splash, the group that's working on fundraising for an aquatic center of some sort here in the community. I didn't know about Mrs. Martinez being the VFW Teacher of the Year. That was pretty terrific. And along with that also, I did enjoy my time at the NJROTC Pass and Review. Brian, thank you also for being there. What a fine group of students, really. You couldn't ask for better. And I do want to mention about the conference that we just attended. Most of us, Dan, we missed you. I was there for the first half of the week with CSBA, spending a lot of time on legislation that affects schools, and also working on trying to shape the direction of the CSBA platforms moving forward, which is admittedly an uphill for me. Sometimes districts like ours are not very well represented, so I did my best, and I will continue to do my best with that. Some highlights of that conference for where I spent my time learning. I did attend a session on TK facilities. It wasn't quite as robust as I was hoping, but you know, they were trying. I also attended a session on land use issues and environmental requirements like CEQA, because you know, we often have conversations about this 40 acres of property, or almost 40 acres of property we have next to Ramona High and Olive Pierce Middle School. So I was interested in what the legal parts of that are from, you know, the perspective of people that deal with school districts all the time, and those developers, and yeah, they didn't have any easy answers. And one of the keynote speakers, Khan, what's his first name? Saul Khan. I had seen him speak several years ago, and I was very interested in what he would have to say with the technology improvements that we've seen in the last several years. And yes, he's absolutely modernized his approach to what he promotes. And there was a lot of focus this time, I felt, on Chat, GPT, and other AI software. That seemed to be a conversation that was just rumbling throughout the conference, both with keynote speakers and then in the conference sessions. And that's very, very interesting. And it was good to hear how school districts are grappling with that at the district level, and then also at the classroom level, because it's not exactly the same. So that was how I spent my time, and networking with board members from around the state as well. So a very productive use of time. And Dan, yes, I have a few stories. I can't describe it as a lawless hellhole completely, but there were some things. So, you know, sometime we'll chat about that.
Well, my understanding is they're not going to hold the conference in San Francisco
It is not. I think the next
anymore.
one's Anaheim and then SAC. So.
Okay, well, I'll be at Anaheim, I'll be at SAC, but I chose not to take that risk.
Yes, I understand, and I'll tell you some stories. So we survived it, but yes, there were some, you know, things that'll stick with me for a while. No, the most memorable was you stepping in a plate of mashed potatoes on the sidewalk. But anyway, that is not pertinent to our business here right now. So with that, if there's no objection, I will close the open session meeting. We are going back to closed session, but we will have nothing to report out. All right, thank you.